So yeah, and Eirik did a little bit of pictures on his Mastodon, so we can look up the details there. And then in the evening, we played a little bit like the fun parts. So Eirik has an eclectic collection of 286 motherboards and 386 motherboards, and restores them, and it's very cool, and of course makes them play computer games. And things came to the point where he was like, "Hey, do you want to play Day of the Tentacle?" And I was like, "I know Day of the Tentacle. I can do even speedrun of Day of the Tentacle if it's necessary." And so I did. And the next night, I did one for Monkey Island 2. And we didn't get to Monkey Island 1, and didn't get to Monkey Island 2, but one reason to go back to Oslo to finish that. So yeah, there's that. Oh wait, there's a Devsummit. I shouldn't talk too much about myself. That's about not me all the time speaking. It's actually about you and the things we're producing here, or create more like. So let's go to official business. I have some organizational info for you. This event is kind of in flux in that there are late minute changes, and can I give another talk? Or some changes. We're already slipping with the time, but we can make up for it later. What most people are interested in are the Wi-Fi passwords. So now no one pays attention anymore. Oh, I have Wi-Fi. For me, it's always €8 no matter where I go. University employment can become useful in that. Lunch is today at 12, and tomorrow a little bit later. On the outside, you can find maps on the backside of your badge, and there are bathrooms marked here, but there's also a shorter one. If you go outside this door and to the left, there's also bathrooms there, much faster, more convenient to use. Coffee and drinks, most of you already had one, I guess. And maps, we already mentioned that. There's a lot of rain this week. They told me it's a very sunny country, but maybe not this week. We'll make the best of it sitting in a room the whole day, and I guess there are worse fates. So when you're making commits, and I definitely encourage you to fix all the bugs during this Devsummit that you can find, use this event tag in your commit messages so we can kind of make statistics and see how productive you were at the Devsummit, where you're supposed to talk to people, right? Since I didn't fill all the slots in the schedule for today and tomorrow, there will be a little bit of fun and games. So one that we started last year was the long conversations thing, and the other one we're doing tomorrow is the clinic that probably none of you can make sense of yet, but I'll explain tomorrow. So that's a little bit of, cleaning up or having not too much technical stuff in there. And we still have a couple of empty slots tomorrow for impromptu sessions, lightning talks, or Brooks showing cool hardware. The schedule for today, we're already slipping, but not too difficult to catch up. We have first learnings from the FreeBSD Enterprise Working Group by Greg. Where's Greg? Oh, there. Oh, missed you. I was looking back in the parts where the students typically flee into the back side of the room. I'm not sure why, but they can play Counter-Strike there much quieter. And here it's a bit more distributed towards the right. Maybe that's where the power outlets are. Then we have 100 and more days of Pkgbase in production. Sven is doing that, and Lucas. Okay. Then we have a break because we might as well have the. Why is the break at 12 and the food is at 12? This should be a lunch break here. Note to self: fix slide before publishing. It's quite late for the stream already, but okay. Then at 1 we have Upstreaming CHERI support, which this shiny hardware is all about. I have no idea what this does, but there's a terminal open, but no root prompt, luckily. Then we have, so the times that I put here are rough estimates, how I think will the talk last. If you take longer, that's fine. If you are shorter, that's also fine, because eventually it will all come together at the end. So the accessibility handbook will be presented there. We had a talk about this last year, remember, in Dublin. And I guess this is a bit of a continuation and things that happened in the meantime. And after another break, oh, that should make those sounds. I should know about audio for doing too many BSD Now episodes by now, but that's a whole different story. The foundation technology update is at 3. I hope that's enough time for Ed to come up with slides. Yeah. Oh, you have the slides probably. Ed has he can start with his own story, how he came here and how long it took, but I'll let him tell that story. Then we have Moin. I've seen Moin come in this morning, but there you are. Okay. Hi. You were also at the Oslo Hackathon, and we had some good time there. Ports licensing framework and the continuous integration. Since Liwen is not here, you kind of fill in for that. I gave you 45 minutes each, but you know, you can squeeze it or extend it as you need. And there's a little bit of a formatting fail at the bottom of these slides. I'm using a new slide framework. It's not perfect yet, but at least we have little effects there. And, I quite like it. It's fairly quickly to create slides rather than the old way of doing it with LaTeX and, you know, backslashes and quotes and curlies and everywhere. Tomorrow, we start at 10:30. You can stay up longer or sleep longer or drink longer, whatever order you prefer, or combine these three things. Then we have the clinic game. I brought the gear with me just in case we are super quick today and we have time to do that. For that I need at least 2 times 6 people, and we probably arrange some tables up here and see how that works. I've brought all the gear to play that game. It's kind of a simulation, but if you're interested in that, we can come up tomorrow and start becoming clinic operators. Then we have developer workflows. That one was interesting. So Christoph suggested we should do that because I think Mark J was it that did it a couple years ago at BSDCon, like how you work with the source tree, the tools you're using. And so Christoph was like, yeah, we should do something like that again with other people presenting. And I sent out a message to usual suspects, only to receive 0 answers. Great. It's like you send a couple of people emails and everyone's like, I deleted first, I deleted first. And so I have no one speaking there officially, but I guess it's impromptu then. So what this is about is basically showing how you work with FreeBSD or development work, the tools you're using, the browsers, the shells, the ports you're using that make you productive. It's not like, oh, this is the best tool out there, but just show the variety of things, how to do stuff. Yes, everyone's using Git, of course. I hear there are plans to import Game of Trees, but these things are in this session, hopefully. And if it's not as much as people want to present their stuff, then we can keep this short as well. Then we have the long conversations in the afternoon. I have 2 chairs here. We'll move them closer together tomorrow so that they can actually speak to each other. So that way, this is the session where we have 2 people talking, and after 5 minutes, we cycle someone else in, and then they can continue talking for another 5 minutes, and then another person changes in, and that way the conversation changes all the time, ideally. And you can talk about anything you like, and then after roughly an hour, everyone has spoken for maybe like 5 to 10 minutes, and at the end we have an interesting conversation. So that's also a chance where you can participate up here. Followed by a lunch break. That's the late lunch break in the second day, and then the afternoon is kind of an open spot. We can turn this into a hackathon, or let's fix all the things that are still in Fabricator and have been approved but not committed yet. Okay. Or bug tracking, bug fixing, bug squashing, whatever you want to call it. And that's pretty much the plan for these 2 days. And if you have something that you spontaneously came up with and were like, it would be nice to have a session on that, then we can try to squeeze it in maybe tomorrow during these open slots. Sound good? You. Okay. Everyone's half asleep already, I know. Before we start, we can actually get up and do a little bit of get to know your fellow attendees game. That's the massive multiplayer, everyone's participating, getting to know, because if we walk around and make introductions this way, it's probably taking too long. So what I intend to do is we all come forward and we sort ourselves based on a couple of sort criteria, and that way we know a little bit about each other and have a bit of activity before sitting the rest of the day. All right? So there's a bit of space up here. We can use that. There's not much cable to trip over, but I try to prevent it anyway. So come up, go to the front, and I'll show you the sort criteria when we are starting, which is right now. Come on, come on, come on. There's a bit of time. And it doesn't take long. Yeah, of the big room here in front. Okay. This is, yeah, we have to move. We have to walk around. So, okay, people are streaming down. Excellent. See, that's a whole different perspective. Some students never see this kind of perspective. Okay, so this is sorting for humans. So this is your first sort criteria. Country, region of origin. So over there is the American continent, here in the middle is Europe, and over there is Asia. So try to find where your country of origin is. And talk to people, like if you're on the West Coast or East Coast, then talk to people, am I like in Tennessee, New York, am I in... the back, south, in the front? Yeah, exactly, yeah. So I'll stay here in Europe. This is roughly Germany here.
Based on your birthplace, or is it based on?
Oh, right. Good question. Your current location, like where you are, where your home is, whatever you call the home.
Big surprise.
Most people are from Europe. Yeah, but that can change during the other sort criteria. Okay. Ah, see. Well, yeah. I move a little bit over to. Germany, so this is fine, close to Austria, yeah, this works. So I guess the people from Norway need to be a bit further to the front. That works. Okay. Ah, here. There's the US, North America, Canada bubble here, okay. Then we have the big Atlantic Ocean in between. Okay, makes sense. And Europe starts here somewhere. Okay. I'll move through countries quicker than an airplane can fly. Germany, yeah, Germany is quickly moving, at least for me. So here, Asia of sorts. Is presenting. But it's kind of good to see like from where everyone's coming. People are still trying to sort themselves. Where am I? Where's my passport? Where am I officially registered? Okay. Let me check the Americans, the American continent. California over there. New York around here. I don't know the American states too well.
Central America.
Central is good.
Central America.
No Californian people. Oh yeah, you moved right. I keep forgetting.
All the USians.
Yeah, and here is Canada. Excellent. Yeah, excellent. Makes sense.
Put a little like wall around.
We're no fences, no fences. But jokes will happen. I know. Okay, that was a good first try. Next sort criteria is number of EuroBSDCons attended. Think about that. What was your first one? Never been to any EuroBSDCon over here, and maximum number of EuroBSDCons over there. How many there are? I don't know. How many did you attend? When was your first one? Mine was 2010, so I probably need a bit more over here. So never, or first attendance, and then I can't remember even. 20-something? 14? Oh, yeah. It's all blurring together. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. You've been around for a while. So, yeah. Oh, that was also my first time, 2010. Yeah. And since then. No, there were two Karlsruhes, right? Yeah. Who is he? Yeah, Patrick would know when the first one was.
But I haven't been involved in it.
Ah, you had some breaks in between? Okay. See? Yeah. You were in Dublin last year? Okay. Oh. difficult.
Let me take my shoe off.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay. It looks like. Whoa. Okay, new people. Welcome new people. Hello, I'm Benedict. Don't worry, we've all been beginners for the first time. It's your first time as well? Okay, great. So don't worry, we'll sort again, and you can mingle with everyone. Everyone's friendly, and yeah, enjoy. Okay, that looks like most people have been around in EuroBSDCons. All right. Let's see what the next criteria is. 3, 2, 1. Highest booking class ever flown. Business, no wait, economy over there and first over there. I guess this will build clusters. 4 clusters. Yeah. So we have economy, premium economy, business, ever flown. So first over there. Economy is over there, yeah. Ever. Highest booking class ever. Economy's over there, yeah. Premium economy. You look like a business flyer.
Where's business?
It's business is roughly over here.
It's like first class train tickets.
Yeah. No, this is flying, yeah.
So now we really started to divide people into classes.
Well, everyone has to move around anyway during these. Hi, by the way. These are the people I need to talk about first class flying. Okay. We're not discriminating against any kind of flight class here, so. Is anyone over at the first class, or is that just business? Let me ask. First class, oh, I'm roughly business.
No, but I just mean this.
First class people? Okay. Yeah. You can tell them how the experience was or how to get there. Okay.
I'm sorry, but I find this one I find
This is, yeah, I know. Let's switch to a different one because people are kind of like, the snobs over there. Let's pick a new one. This one is age. Well, if you like this one, then the other one wasn't as bad as you thought it would. Let's go young people over there and older people over there. There you have to talk to each other. I turned 44.
Oh, you're young. I should be more
Okay.
45.
Yeah, you're younger than I am. Yeah, I'm the 44 marker. Young people over there, older. If you want to disclose your age. Oh, feeling is different, yeah. Exactly, moving around a little bit.
Okay, and what if I want to believe?
Yeah, well, we have the FreeBSD calendar file. I will look it up later. No. Okay. See? That's not so bad. It kind of matches Kirk's statistic, developer age and stuff.
So I would go according to Kirk's statistics.
Dave, you're not that old. You smuggled in. Dave, you're not that old. You don't look like that. Old people over here, I said. You don't look as old. Old. Oh dear, this is so depressing. I also move over. We all get older, so what can you do? Someone should invent some time-traveling machine. Are you younger than I am? I always thought you were roughly the same age. 44? Yeah? Okay. See, people are having fun. Another one? Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't do, just one line. You're still undecided? This is the 44 mark. 44, Yeah, to not mix up the sorting.
This is the Christoph and I are the answer. We're 42.
Ah, you're the absolute average, medium, whatever. Yeah, screw statistics. Let's try this one. Travel time from your door to the first accommodation in Croatia. Sorry, Ed. Rough travel time you took. So I had a 1 hour and 20-minute flight. Let's see. Shorter time over there and longer time over here.
How do you judge this?
An hour and 20 minutes I flew. And maybe...
Talk elsewhere in Europe first, so do
Oh, the first accommodation in Croatia?
I went from London to Bucharest.
And then stayed in a...
I stayed there for a week and then came back. So do I go from Bucharest to here, or...? Because that was by rail too, and that was about 27 hours or something.
Maybe that adds more hours to it, because door of your home to first accommodation, and if you spend more time in between, that's adding to travel time.
Sure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we had the same flight, yeah. We had the shortest flight? Or the, yeah, you had much shorter. Yeah. Oh, right, with the bus, yeah. Okay, that's not so bad. Yeah. Yeah, I think Stefano wanted to drive. That's not so bad. Ja. Das ist echt gut, dass man mal ein bisschen so weiß, wer wo ist und das alles ein bisschen auflockern. Die Leute fangen an, miteinander zu reden. Let's see. Ed, you don't have to go up there. You're the longest. Where's Ed? Oh, Sato-san, of course. How long, roughly, hours? Oh.
Not 24.
Planned itinerary versus, yeah, cool. You drove? Yeah, okay. Wow, let's ask these people. How long did you take? How many days? Sometimes sites. Ow, ouch. Way up there. No, just stay here. Okay, I just heard 11 days. I mean, they probably did some sightseeing. Okay. Next one and last one. Number of times you've been in Croatia. Let's see. Not at all and many, many times. Or first time. First time over there and many, many times. Okay. Okay. Form your own bubble of 3. It's a nice country, so you might as well be back. First timers over here. Okay. We're clustering more. Okay. See? This is many, many times, 3 times, and first time. So these are the people we have to ask for the good spots to visit, right? 3 times? Okay. You have the good tips for beers and locations. Oh, okay. Multiple count, yeah. Okay, so a lot of first timers and so I asked over there how many times. You've been here many, many times? How many? Yeah, but that also counts. 5 times?
I think about
8. 8? Oh, cool. Okay. Well, it's a nice country. Might as well come back. Okay. Can anyone think of another sort criteria? Because at the end of my slides, I ran out of ideas. Number of commits made? Nah. Yeah. Okay, that's all. Thank you. I hope you learned a little bit from your fellow attendees. Woo. Okay, and now I shut up for a while and have the first talk. Who was that, by the way? I forget. Yeah, this is everyone. Massive multiplayer, sort yourself, get to know people. The more people you have, the better it gets. Yeah, no? Okay. Our first speaker can hook up their laptop if they have laptops. Sure. I'll move out of the way. So this is HDMI. Yeah, it should just work, basically. Famous last words. Is there any and we have a questions mic.
Oh, okay. And then this one, do I start mirroring?
Fine, I got stuck at breakfast a bit.
Yep, good.
And I thought I'd have like a 10-meter.
Cool, cool.
Questions mic.
I
Okay.
only saw your
Excellent.
message recently because I forgot it. I forgot my phone in the room for breakfast.
There's one here if you want to sit in the first row. You can hook into that one. Like we did. And otherwise on the right there's one, but I guess it's like people are crossing. And over there is not. Or you can go over the nice, you go to you can sit in the
I mean, I'm not in any huge rush, but is this mic on?
yeah, it's already.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Okay. First talk of the day. We have a questions mic. If you have questions, maybe later, then you can walk around and pass it on.
So the person who's running the show gets the cozy chair.
That was a great
I need to
icebreaker too.
camera, just get that right.
Yeah, that was good.
So right now I've got slides and audio.
Yeah, good. All right.
Did you try the reducing adapter for the resolution?
Not yet.
Apparently not.
Not yet because it hasn't come up. So I want to get the wall first and then use it to see if that's the
By the way, I just had a nice talk with Henry. He said that for the hardware.
Hey everyone, can you hear me okay?
Yes, should not.
Yeah? All right, good. So hey, my name is Greg Wallace. I've been involved in FreeBSD kind of on and off for the last a little over 10 years. My first introduction was at the VeriSign conference. They haven't done one in a while, but they used to do them in Virginia. They called it VBSDCon. So I went to that in 2013 and then had the good fortune of working with many of you at the FreeBSD Foundation for a couple of years. And then I left to join a company called NetActuate about a year ago. But one of the things that I did when I was at the FreeBSD Foundation was kick off this enterprise working group. And so, and I've, you know, NetActuate is a pretty cool company. They allowed me to keep working on it, so it's not a huge time commitment. So I've continued to do that in the past year since I've been working there, and thought that it might be cool to just kind of let you guys know where we're at, right? Report out why we even did this, how we worked it, where we've made progress, things that I've learned along the way. So this presentation is going to be kind of big part like readout, reporting on our work. But it's also going to be a little bit of opinion and a little bit of observation on my part. And I hope you'll, you know, be opinionated and jump in and tell me if you think I've got something wrong, or, you know, maybe discuss, and maybe we'll identify some things that over the next handful of days we can talk about more and work on together. So basically, this is what I'll cover, kind of setting up the enterprise working group, the progress that we've made, lessons learned, next steps, and then requests. I'll just briefly tell you a little bit about me. So I get to work on some pretty cool stuff at NetActuate. NetActuate's a kind of a global cloud colo networking provider. We've got about 45 points of presence around the world. The thing you see on the left, we do a lot of stuff, right? We've got, VMs, we've got Colo, we've got bare metal, right? But I wanted to show this because I think it's really cool. There's this little company called NVIDIA that seems to, dominate the AI space, but they're actually not the only game in town. So what you see here is a 4U Supermicro server stuffed with 10 cards, AI acceleration cards, from a company called TenStorrent, 10TNS Torrent. And they're designed for scale out. So they're designed to be patched together. These ones in there are the latest that they have, and the cables that you use to connect them on the back are 800 gig. They're massive, right? So while each one of those cards isn't as powerful as any, as a latest gen NVIDIA card, when you put them all together, they start to reach that same degree of power for a much, much further reduced cost. So that's one difference. Another difference is their equivalent of CUDA is all open source, 100%. So you can go up to GitHub, you can tweak it, you could port it. Like if you had the desire and the capacity, you could port that to FreeBSD. Like it's doable. Try doing that with CUDA, right? The only way to do that with CUDA is with NVIDIA's permission, because guess what? It's all proprietary. Last point on this, and then I'll move on. They're based on RISC-V. So very, very open source approach to AI acceleration. And the way that we're working with them is, previously, the only way that you could actually work with a TenStorrent box was you had to buy it and either put it in a data center of your own or stuff it under your desk. They realized that they had to provide a cloud-based access, and so NetActuate's customer is this company called Coyeb. They're very interesting. It's a French startup, and they have a developer cloud. And by working with TenStorrent, you can access the TenStorrent equipment as a developer through the cloud. So it's kind of neat. And then on the right, it's just a bunch of bare metal servers. So another startup realized that they were just paying way too much in AWS, so they moved their compute-intensive boxes over to us and keep a bunch of stuff in AWS as well. A little bit more about me. So I'm a big youth and child advocate. So for all of you from Europe, you'll be surprised probably to know that guns are the leading cause of death among children in the United States. So it's not cancer, it's not car accidents, it's guns. And so I've been involved with kids for a long time. I have two of my own, and I'm the co-leader of Wake County Be Smart for Kids, the second largest county in North Carolina. So it's a big passion of mine. And then lastly, what you came here for. So I continue to coordinate the work of the enterprise working group. So this is the mission. This is what we came up with as what we were gonna try to do. So I won't read it, but just take a sec, have a read. And let me know what you think. Do you have any questions? Does this make sense? Does this seem like a valuable mission, something worth pursuing? Does it seem vague, unclear? No? Nice. Sweet. Yeah. Oh. Do you want?
One thing that I think would be interesting to ask the audience here is just a brief show of hands of how many people use FreeBSD as an operating system, commodity operating system in an enterprise capability versus a component for a product that gets built on that either uses FreeBSD technology or a product built on FreeBSD as sort of a component or hidden away. Because I think there's a very big distinction there, and I'm curious here. So how many people here use FreeBSD as an operating system to run their server enterprise workloads?
Nice, okay.
And how many use FreeBSD as a component or as a, take pieces of the technology, use it as a toolbox, build something on FreeBSD?
And you can raise your hand again if you already raised it. Okay.
So probably about equal.
About equal.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. Yep. And I'll get to that in a bit. Thanks for that, Ed. So setting it up. So this is a book written by Janelle Barlow and Klaus Moeller. Janelle, PhD from UC Berkeley, so like yet another amazing contribution to society from Berkeley. And this is something that I believe, right? I'm not, I'm not perfect at it, right? There's obviously times when you receive a piece of feedback and you might take it personally. I try not to do that, and in a business context, I truly, truly believe in down to my core, that when somebody cares enough to complain and does so in a way that is constructive, right? They provide you with the ingredients that you need to do something about it, that's a real gift. And so the book basically outlines a handful of ways that's a gift, right? First is because if it's done right, it gives you something specific that you can work with. And that the person cares enough about to take the time to write it out. When you are proactive in acting upon feedback that you get, it helps you, because for every one person who takes the time to tell you, hey, this thing isn't working quite right, it's broken, whatever, there's 5, 10, 15, 100 who've experienced that and just never bothered, right? Who've just said, you know what, doesn't work, I'm leaving. And so by being proactive, when somebody takes the time to tell you, hey, this isn't working, this is why it's broken, this is what I've done to try to fix it, and this is where I'm stuck, you can significantly improve the utility of whatever it is that you're making for everybody else. It's obviously an opportunity for improvement. I think it does build loyalty because often your greatest critics can become your greatest advocates once you solve their problem. Not to get religious, but this is even a concept in the Bible, right? And I'm sure many other religions as well. So, and I think it is true. And then lastly, it helps you kind of know what the perception is. So you're not flying blind. So that's sort of how we got started. So I had only been at the foundation for a handful of months. Ed and I were working on a project completely unrelated to enterprise use of FreeBSD. And I reached out to somebody relative to that other project. It was about a specific hardware maker and their support for FreeBSD. So I reached out to somebody who I thought might have some perspective on that. And lo and behold, they had nothing to contribute as it related to my initial inquiry, but they came back with very, very specific, very actionable feedback on their use of FreeBSD as a large enterprise, right? So using, in a heterogeneous environment with Windows desktops, Java-based applications, and they listed out the things that were problematic, that were hard, that made their continued use of FreeBSD challenging. So we talked about it, and being relatively new to the foundation, I didn't have a lot of context, so chatted about it with Ed, and actually these are some things that we've heard from time to time in the past. But we didn't just say, okay, that's one person, let's go create a working group, because a working group, if you're going to set up a working group, there's a commitment, right? You've got to be willing to stick with it and do everything that you possibly can to see it through. So before kind of taking this feedback from this one user and launching the working group, we did a survey to see who else would be interested in would they be involved in this. And so we put this little survey together. We sent it out in every channel that we could think of. And 40 people took the time to say, yeah, like I would totally get involved in that. I'm interested in trying to help, and these things matter to me. So that was enough for us to say, okay, there's enough community interest that if we get this thing started, we think we'll have people who will contribute their time. So from there, we chartered the working group. We compiled the list of gaps. We did a little prioritization process. So we did subsequent surveys where we asked people to rank each of the topics, and I'll get to the topics soon that we focused on, rank them by priority and by difficulty. And then we got to the next step, which was like finding volunteers, right? And figuring out how we're gonna work on these things. And at the end of the day, what I learned was that's really the only way to prioritize, right? Because at the end of the day, for a community-driven project like FreeBSD, the thing that matters most is there somebody willing to do the work, right? You can say that this is really important, but if there's no funding or individual willing to work on it, then it doesn't matter how quote unquote important it is. So I took this slide from one of the original meetings that we had, and so this is another thing that was a lesson learned for me. So when I presented this slide, I think it was maybe August or September of 2023, I said that the goal was to make steady progress over the remainder of 2023. And that was really naive. I think that because here we are, the middle of 2025, and we can look back and say, yeah, we've made really good progress, but it took a long time, and it took a lot longer than I thought it was gonna take. And I actually, standing here now, I mean, there were certainly times when I was frustrated, when I was like, I can't believe this is taking forever. What can I do to try to speed things up, to accelerate stuff? But standing here now, it's actually kind of seems to me like it's okay that it took long. Sometimes, I've been involved in a lot of different open source projects, and there are some projects that have really prioritized expediency over kind of, at the expense of everything else, right? So get it done fast, whatever it takes, even if that's, getting into a cycle of, sort of sponsoring developers for everything. That can create lots of problems and lots of weird incentives in open source projects. So there's a place for it, right? It's not. I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense to sponsor people to do work, but if that's the go-to first automatic and like quasi-only approach to getting things done, you can really mess up your community. So anyway, but that was a big lesson learned for me was, it takes time, and that's actually okay. So what did we focus on? So I'll admit that these two categories are a little bit arbitrary, but I felt like there were some that were clearly like infrastructure, and there were some that were clearly features. I think that if I were to do this again, I might switch some around, and most of this came from the feedback that we received from that initial developer. We held some meetings. Alan Jude participated. He contributed some ideas. I think Zero Trust package builds was one that he suggested, and there were a few others that were added. Management by API is one that came in later as an area of interest to work on, but 85% of this was originally from that user. And I'm really happy to say that we've made, I think, and I say we, I mean, well, it is we, has made really good progress on a lot of these. But there are also some where we're just stuck. I mean, we have made absolutely no progress, despite lots of effort being put into it. And that gets back to a little bit of my little dig I made earlier about, about some proprietary vendors in the AI space where there really, isn't a whole heck of a lot you can do without their participation. But yeah, so I guess I thought it might make sense for me to pause here real quick and just see if anybody has any questions about what any of these mean, why they're there, or anything like that. And I do have a mic. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, you got it? Okay.
So one.
Yeah.
So I think, Greg, it has been a big success, and sometimes progress is hard and you feel like it's not going anywhere, but definitely has, so thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not really a question, is it?
That's very kind. So yeah, anyway, so that's what we've been doing. So now this is where I'm going to diverge a little bit from kind of like readout and reporting to why I think this matters. And it comes back to, I heard this at a conference, which one was it? Oh, I was at the TechCrunch Disrupt conference. So it's a big startup conference. And there were a bunch of little side conferences. And I was at one, and one of the speakers said, they were talking about, it was for scale-ups, right? So venture-backed startups that were kind of beyond the really early sort of like establishing product market fit stage. And okay, now I'm really starting to scale the business. And they were talking about like what it takes to be, that's okay. It sounded fun, whatever it was. It's probably a lot more fun than listening to me. So it was, yeah, like what mindset is needed among employees that's different between, the people who are in it in the beginning, the founders who are, really committed to this concept, whatever it is, to then like, how do you cross that bridge to scale up? And one of them said this thing that I thought was really interesting. It was, one of the things that matters a lot at that stage is to have everybody who thinking about optimizing for the whole. Meaning, as somebody who's responsible for something, whether it's part of the development pipeline, whether it's, on the commercialization side, whether it's, in a leadership standpoint, not only thinking about the thing that you're trying to do that's like on your job description, but really thinking about, how do I optimize for the success of this entire enterprise, right? And that the more people you can have that are thinking that way, the better off you'll be. And I believe that. When I worked at the Linux Foundation many years ago, and I wasn't working with Linux, I was working with like a lot of the projects like Node.js and a few others. I had a really small team, and that was what I used to tell everybody who was new. I said, every open source community needs a variety of things. They need developer support, they need advocacy, they need tooling, they need all this stuff. But the community will do some of those things, and the foundation needs to support some of those things. But what and which ones and in what quantity varies from project to project. And you never know until you get in. So I would just say, like, be a gap filler. Find the gaps and fill the gaps. That's our job at the foundation, is to find the gaps and fill the gaps. You never know what the gaps are going to be, but that's the job, is be a gap filler. So if we think about this concept of optimizing for the whole, that's where I think stuff like the laptop and desktop work, and also to a slightly less extent the enterprise adoption work really matters. Because even if you never intend to run FreeBSD on your laptop, and even if you don't personally care about the use of FreeBSD as a general purpose enterprise operating system, unless FreeBSD is somewhat successful and has some adoption in those markets, it's going to become increasingly hard to use FreeBSD for the other things, right? So I was thinking about this, and I thought that maybe this chart would be one way to sort of present this concept. So basically, you know, you have units on the right-hand side, and then you have who buys and who makes the inputs on the left-hand side by category. So clearly mobile phones and gaming devices are the biggest, right? More units than anything. Now, there could be like an IoT component to this as well. We could have smart fridges and all that crap, but I didn't really feel like doing that. So mobile phones and gaming devices, 1.3 billion of those get shipped every year, right? PCs, over 250 million. Servers, 11.4 million. And then appliances, so appliances, here we're talking about like routers, we're talking about, you know, the CDN caching boxes, we're talking about, you know, storage devices, right? So things sold by vendors to do specific things that rely on FreeBSD in whole or in part in order to do that. That's the smallest. But when we think about who's most involved in like pushing FreeBSD today, it's that category, right? That's my experience. And if you're one of these companies over here in the who makes the inputs column, what do you care about? You care about the units. And guess what? They're almost all the same. Like, there's some differences, right? NVIDIA's not putting a lot of stuff on mobile phones, but I guess they're putting stuff in gaming devices, right? So if what matters for the success, and this is the thing that I kept hearing, is that when I was at the foundation, over and over and over and over and over again, hardware support, hardware support, hardware support, right? So if you're a hardware maker, you're only going to care about FreeBSD if it's meaningfully used in the biggest categories. So that's why I think enterprise adoption of FreeBSD really matters. It's why the laptop work is so important, right? So that's my opinion. Who disagrees? Anybody? Come on. All right. Yeah. Oh.
I was wondering whether you had some cases where FreeBSD could be used on, I don't know, Qualcomm SoCs, for example, because here you mentioned only mobile phones and game devices, but it's not the only devices where those are used. And I'm talking about infotainment in the cars. And for example, Qualcomm ships some SoCs there, and it's almost entirely BSP based on Linux, provided by those vendors. Did you have any cases where FreeBSD could be used in such a?
Sorry, I need you to A, speak up a little bit for me because I am like partly deaf, but B, also just repeat that. So what type of device? Consoles?
Yeah, it's infotainment in the cars.
Oh, infotainment. Oh, in cars?
Yes.
Yeah. What is it? QNX. QNX, largely based on FreeBSD. They use quite a bit of FreeBSD. Yep. And so I think it's something like 250 million vehicles that run. So that's another one. That's a great one. You're right. I should have put that in there.
Okay.
Yeah. No, good point. Thank you for that. You know, they're not super involved, right? They come to the BSD cans every now and then, but what I'm trying to say here is that, you know, a big part of open source is, and it's an important part of open source, is it gives you the ability to scratch your own itch. It gives you control. You can take it, you can customize it, you can work with it, you can make it do what you need it to do. And if you're enlightened, you contribute all that stuff back upstream, and the community can maintain it, and everybody can benefit from it, and the thing just keeps getting better. I think that, you know, where I think that there's a need right now with FreeBSD is to, you know, juice it and get the big markets adopting it, so that the next time somebody emails a CTO or a CIO or a head of engineering or a head of open source at AMD or Broadcom or NVIDIA or Samsung or, you know, ... and says, hey, we need these drivers, we need them, you know, at the same time that the Linux drivers are available because we need to be planning our next releases. There's a chorus of people asking for that because they're going to go where the units are. So that's why I think it matters, and I hope that you know, we as a community can continue to invest in these things to get that happening, because there's no doubt in my mind that for all the same reasons that FreeBSD is the right choice for laptops, the right choice for enterprise servers. So it's not about applicability. It's about rounding out the edges and pushing really hard to get the word out. So anyway, progress. So again, I've kind of looking at this across 2 slides. So in July of this year, we kind of realized that we were meeting every month. We were kind of talking about the same thing. And so we figured, look, I think there's a way for us to say some of these projects are kind of quote unquote done. They're not done, right? No software is ever done, but like our work here is done. A home has been found for this initiative that is staffed, has a roadmap, and projected completion date, right? So if those criteria are met, it's graduated. If we're still working on it, right, we haven't reached that point yet, it's in process. And we said anything that's basically blocked for, like we've tried, we've made a college try, but you know, there's really nothing else that we as a community feel we have the resources to do. We're going to relegate that. We'll bring it back if anything changes, but for now, we're not going to spend our time on it because there's no point to it. So you can see here, I think there's 9. 3 of them graduated, 4 are in process, and 2 are relegated, and 1's not started. Any comments? Questions? Want to move on? And then on the infrastructure side, actually, we've made even more progress. So definitive manager for Bhyve and VM. And I've got a slide on sort of the graduation rationale, so I'll talk about that one more there. But how great is that, right? How great is it to see, especially now when everybody is freaking out about VMware, to see a really like class option with Bhyve. Super exciting. And then, you know, a whole bunch of these other ones that are graduated. You know, when we were working on the Sovereign Tech Agency application, so how many here, folks of you, are familiar with the work that the foundation is doing with the Sovereign Tech Agency? Raise your hand. Okay. All right. Most of you. So Sovereign Tech Agency, German organization, sort of funded largely by the German government to invest in open source. It's a very competitive process. So Ed and I worked for months on that to get the application in, to refine it, to make sure that we were putting our best foot forward. That's how I happened to know about the QNX stat of 250, because that was one of the things that we put in there as to why it was important to invest in the infrastructure around FreeBSD. So we were able to tick off a lot of these through that funding. But the feedback that was received right through this process of the Enterprise Working Group really informed that application. Ed, is there going to be a talk about that? Are you going to talk about the STA work at all? Yeah, I'm going to cover it. You are? Okay. All right. Cool. So that's going to be super interesting. So here's where we talk about the rationale. So Kerberos, the maintainer, it's Sai, right? Do I have that right? Yeah. They continued to work on that diligently, kind of, in the time that they had available throughout 2023 and 2024. And I think it was this year, Ed, that, yeah, please. I'm sorry, say it again? Oh, wait.
I'm kind of early tester of that, and to my knowledge, he doesn't have any sponsorship.
It doesn't have any sponsorship?
Well, it feels like he's working on his free time.
Oh, okay.
That's how I perceive that.
Okay. All right, I could be mistaken.
So the foundation is sponsoring him to work on it, but he doesn't have a lot of time available.
Ah, okay.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thanks for that. So this is another one where, I think, investing and doing everything we can to grow the community. So it's awesome to see, younger people here, but making sure that we have backup on some of these is key, right? And that's a big topic, big one, and I'm not an expert in it at all, but there are some areas where yeah, I mean, people do what they can and they're working really hard, but there's only so much that one person can do, and so figuring out a way to, and it's an idea that's been tossed around. Since I've left the foundation, I haven't been really involved in it, but when I was there, I know kind of this thought about what role might there be for a community manager? Not that the community needs to be managed, but the work, it would sometimes be helpful to coordinate the work, right? And say, okay, here's a project that we know is important, needs to be done. How can we, find people who can help with it, right? Maintainers aren't always thinking like that, right? They're not always thinking about, what part of what I'm doing can I delegate to somebody else, right? So anyway, that's Kerberos. Cloud Native and K8s, let's hear it for Doug Rabson and that whole community. Just really great stuff. And I just received an email from Alice recently. You may have seen it, that they are now that the OCI runtime for FreeBSD is basically done, right? Maybe not merged upstream yet because of a couple of questions, but will be very soon. There's now kind of, okay, what's next? How do we think about broader support for things like Kubernetes? So that's really exciting. Definitive manager for Bhyve and jails. So there's the Silver project, again, thanks to the foundation for supporting that. And then a bunch of other kind of related, not necessarily related, but projects and companies that are seeing that there's this fantastic, really, really powerful virtualization system called Bhyve that with a little bit of enterprise bells and whistles can fill this massive void in the market right now that Broadcom is creating with the way that they're changing and rug pulling VMware. So there's two companies, in addition to Silva, which again is looking amazing. There's, many of you know, or some of you know, Ian Evans. He spoke at a recent FreeBSD Vendor Summit. He's got a company called Carios, which they have a plan to upstream a lot of their stuff and make it open source around Bhyve. And then another one that I just learned about called Panero, which is a company based in India that is doing some similar things. So the definitive manager for Bhyve and Jails is graduated and super exciting. And then almost all of the rest of them are part of the Sovereign Tech Agency work. And then the CIS benchmarks, that wasn't really, I added that one in because I know that that's one of the things that without it, VeriSign would have had a very difficult time continuing with FreeBSD. And there's a lot of enterprises that I've talked to who need that, right? Their CISO requires it, right? They can't deploy in production if they don't have it. So that's a key one as well. Where are we blocked? So GitHub Actions. Who here is familiar with GitHub Actions? Raise your hands. Okay, so GitHub Actions doesn't support FreeBSD. Why is that a problem? Anyone know? I know it does. I know. Anybody else? Take a guess. Come on, be brave. Hard to do CI, yeah. But like hard for who? Okay, hang on.
I guess the average user of GitHub, I think for a lot of people, CI is synonymous with GitHub Actions, and so if FreeBSD doesn't work with GitHub Actions, then they're just not going to write CI for FreeBSD.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically it, right? Also, GitHub's interesting, right? Like, they like to say that they're this big open source company. They're not, right? They host open source. They provide free code management services to open source projects, such that most really big open source projects are hosted on GitHub. Then GitHub decided to allow all of those open source projects hosted on GitHub to use GitHub Actions for free. So what that means is, if you're a big open source project that's hosted on GitHub and you use GitHub Actions, it becomes a real problem. You can't automatically test whether a patch for FreeBSD for your project, passes, right? And so this is kind of a deep rabbit hole. It actually wasn't even listed as one of the original complaints or pieces of feedback. It was buried in the Samba 4.x line. But it matters because the reason why so many patches and the reason why the package for Samba for FreeBSD is so behind is because we can't upstream, right? It's not because we don't want to. It's because they can't accept them. And they can't accept them because GitHub Actions doesn't support FreeBSD. GitHub Actions doesn't support FreeBSD because GitHub Actions is written in .NET, and .NET hadn't supported FreeBSD until Ed and I spent months talking to the .NET Foundation and the .NET team, and they said, okay, well, you know what? And thanks to amazing work from this community, really incredible work, .NET said, yeah, you know what? You guys are committed to this. As far as we're concerned, FreeBSD, .NET support on FreeBSD is as well supported as it is on Ubuntu. So from our standpoint, all systems go. They told that to the people at GitHub, because the people at GitHub said, sorry, we can't support FreeBSD because .NET isn't supported on FreeBSD. So the .NET people came along and said, no, it is. And then GitHub said, sorry, we just don't have the time. So it's annoying. It's super annoying. And it's an example of open source used to be about preventing lock-in. Remember those days? I don't want to be locked in to a commercial vendor, so I'm going to use open source because that gives me more control. But now, with the concentration that's happening in the tech industry, it's not about lock-in anymore, it's about lock-out. Because a company like GitHub, with that commercial decision that they just made, is basically saying, our tech choices are your tech choices. That's what they're saying. And they're not the only ones, right? NVIDIA is doing the same thing. Our tech choices are your tech choices. And so I think that's a problem. So that's the next one, CUDA and NVIDIA, right? There's no market for FreeBSD. There's no market for AI on FreeBSD. That's what they say. Right? Well, who are they to decide? I think it's a problem. It's a really big problem. We're waiting for a contribution of the SMB3 client and kernel server. That's been another one that I believe that all the intentions are in the right place. It just takes a really long time. And then the eBPF subsystem, basically, really nobody's picked it up. There was some work done on GSOC in 2018. It just needs a little love. So I won't belabor this, but I think you get my point that, if we're going to get companies like, oh, sorry.
Just a small question on SMB3. You say waiting for contribution, but does it mean that the code exists and is used by that corporate user, and it's just a matter of contributing it open source, or is there some development work still to do? Probably, yeah.
Yeah, no, good question. So I mean, I think yes, there is still some development work to do, right? There would be refactoring, but it's it's like versus starting from scratch, it would be what, 60, 70%, something like that,
nice.
So
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, I think I've made my point here. Like, I don't know that there's a lot more to say. But this is kind of what lockout looks like, right? If we can't get greater use of FreeBSD in the mass markets, then the hardware vendors are going to be less interested. And not even just the hardware vendors, right? I was at BSDCon, and I was talking to a really enthusiastic, lovely FreeBSD user at a large, really well-known university in the United States, who said, there's a corporate mandate that we use CrowdStrike, right? And if my device doesn't support CrowdStrike, I can't use it. And we've tried with CrowdStrike, right? But again, CrowdStrike's only going to care if they hear this over and over and over again. And so that's why laptop work matters. That's why enterprise adoption matters, right? Whether you care about it or not, whether your company cares about it or not. And it's why, you know, and I don't want to make this like a funding appeal, but it's why it's so important to support the foundation, because that's, you know, you go back to, right, this slide, right? Kerberos Foundation supported. Cloud Native and K8s, not really. Right? That's really an independent community effort. Definitive Manager for Bhyve Foundation. Zero Trust Builds Foundation. Ports Audit, right? So, you know, this isn't a presentation about the laptop work, but everybody knows that that's being done by the foundation also. So if the hardware vendors don't care and they're not hearing it enough, then it makes it harder for everybody, right? And that's what I heard. You know, when I talked to the storage vendors, when I talked to, I was at a conference unrelated for work in Amsterdam the past couple of weeks, and a big proponent of FreeBSD was in the Dell booth, and there were a whole bunch of the former. They're not called Epsilon anymore. I think it's like Power something or another storage devices, right, that Dell now owns. Big rack of them running FreeBSD. And I talked to the product manager briefly, and I said, what's the one thing that matters most, right? Like, you know, I don't work at the foundation anymore, but I, you know, still talk to them all the time. What matters to you most? Hardware support. Hardware support, right? It comes up all the time. So this is basically just what I said before, right? Like, you know, I think the way it used to be was, well, it's open source, so I can scratch my own itch. But, you know, I think that the market today is just, it's too complicated to do that all the time. And really, there's such concentration. So a small number of tech companies have such immense power that the decisions that they make from a technology standpoint have massive, massive implications on the decisions that everybody else is able to make. So that's why I think this stuff matters. What's next? So we did this reset. I've got a draft report that I'm pretty excited about. It's going to document the status of all the 18 original work streams. For any of the work streams that's graduated, it's going to have like, hey, this is where you go. You know, if you want to track this, right? If you want to find out what the latest is on whatever, right? Any of the STA, the Sovereign Tech Agency work on, you know, Bhyve, on whatever it may be, here's where you go. And I think for now, what we're thinking is we're going to publish this on the Enterprise Working Group wiki page. So what we're focused on now, we've got 5 in progress. We're going to keep working on the AI workloads on FreeBSD, but at this point, it's really about like workarounds, right? Because we can't do anything that we haven't already done as it relates to NVIDIA and CUDA. So it's about looking at these other alternatives. You know, what's the process? ROCm, for example, from AMD is open source. What can we do there? I mentioned the 10 torrent stuff. What's the opportunity there? How can we, as a community, you know, navigate around this big boulder that's blocking our way? And maybe, you know, with some success there, that'll become an additional incentive for NVIDIA to do some things to support us. And then 2 new areas. So I think there's a need for some enterprise-focused documentation. So this is really from a point of view of a user. So, hey, I'm a new enterprise user. I want to deploy FreeBSD as my general purpose operating system on my servers, whether they run on-prem or in the cloud or wherever they run. How do I do all this stuff that I need to do? And so tying all of that together, putting a bow on it, and making it really easy so that, basically that. And then another one is with all the progress around, and this may end up being part of the new kind of broader cloud native effort that Alice is working on, but if it isn't, then I think there's an opportunity to look at distributed storage solutions for like, you know, cloud native kinds of workloads. So anyway, I'm going to finish. So I've been in Europe for a couple of weeks, and I've been thinking about this presentation, and kind of asking myself, like, all right, well, we have free in our name, but what is freedom really, right? Like, and so this is me in an ambulance in Amsterdam because the salad didn't say it had pine nuts, and I'm like deathly allergic to pine nuts. So maybe like freedom is not having to take a second mortgage out when you get sick, which was the case here. I think it cost 200 euros for me to get completely and totally taken care of. Maybe that's freedom. Maybe it's in Germany. So I was driving along and there was no sign that said, "Welcome to Germany," but there was also no speed limit. So that's how I knew I was in Germany. Maybe that's freedom, you know? Although I will say, has anybody driven on the Autobahn? Yeah, yeah. It's a little bit nerve-wracking. You see those cars coming up behind you. So anyway, but everybody used their turn signal. I will say that. I don't know. Maybe that's freedom. I don't have a speed limit, right? Or I just came from Barcelona. My friend is a writer there. He's written a couple books, and he invited me to this little get-together of all these sort of like, you know, people in the literary world. And I included it because, you know how some people are really direct? Like, who here has worked with somebody, had a colleague who was like really direct, you know? And I don't know how you felt about it, but like, I like it, right? Like, you know exactly where you stand. And that's how they were. Like, they argued intensely. It was, the topic was the relationship between Latin American writers and Spanish writers. And so there were people from Mexico and Argentina and Colombia, and then the rest were all Italians and Spaniards. And they went at it. And it was very direct. So maybe that's freedom, the freedom to speak your mind without having to worry about somebody being offended. But I don't know. Like, I think it's an important question for us to consider, because I do feel like this work at the Enterprise Working Group has caused me to ask that question, right? Like, who actually makes the choices around here? And what can be done about it? Yeah, and I think the great news is, I think we know what can be done about it. And I think the foundation is picking up that mantle. So I'm really excited about that. And I'm excited about this community because, you know, it cares about this project, and that's what it's ultimately going to take. So that's it. That's really all. I mean, I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has any more, or entertain any thoughts. You're probably ready for the next talk. No? Oh, the only other thing I'd like to say is, yeah, like, I'm here for the whole conference. So if there's any of this stuff that we're working on that you want to dive into more deeply, ask me about, get involved in, you know, please, you know, just find me. I'd love to talk more. So, thanks.
alive as we can be after having such a good lunch. I mean, 4 different cakes as far as I could count. I had to taste them all. So next, so we're waiting a little bit longer until people come back.
Maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Ah, yes, if they look at that clock then.
Maybe time zone.
Time, yeah.
Minus 3 minutes from Germany.
0.0 seconds later. Yeah, that's fine.
They should be ahead.
No.
If it's 2 minutes.
That's the lecture clock, so that the lecturer can talk longer, and the students are like, we're already over. Strategically late. Oben hier mit Ketten befestigt. Dass der Speicher nicht runterfällt. Yeah, 4 cakes. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. So next up is Pkgbase, 100 days. It kind of rhymes somehow, and yeah, how it's going in production and what's left to do. Here we go.
Yeah. Thanks. So first of all, sorry, Benedict, we are one of these people who called him like a couple of days ago, last Friday, and said, oh, hey, Benedict, how are you doing? When's your flight? And blah, blah, blah. And yeah, can we do a talk at Devsummit? And he was like, so, okay, yeah, so, yeah. And it's not even a talk, it's more, we want more like a little bit of an open discussion. Lukas and me, Sven, 100+ days of Pkgbase in production. Actually, it's much more than 100 days. I remember it was about half a year ago when we talked with Dave and like, oh yeah, can you tell us a little bit about Pkgbase? And Dave told us, no, don't do that. It's like really alpha and buggy, but we're using it in production. Like, no, you're crazy. But yeah, so we want to share our experience with Pkgbase. It's all personal opinions. So we'd like to start an open discussion about it. On this literally hot topic. Those who are following the mailing list might know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's personal opinions, experience we had at home, our home labs and enterprise environments. And of course, yeah, thanks to Colin and Bob for all the release engineering stuff, the work on Pkgbase, etc. Just to mention it, we didn't talk to any of of them before this talk, so it's really what we experienced without any influence. First of all, who has used Pkgbase before? Not even half of the group. Who experienced any issues, real issues? Okay, double hands up, okay, yeah, that's clear. Who used it in production, any productive? Okay, it's 2.5, 3.5 fish. Okay, so yeah, you see not many using it. First of all, some pros from our point of view. There's probably much more, but for us it's easy to integrate it in air-gapped environments, so fully offline environments can easily integrate it into our Putria server and have all the base system updates within our offline environment. And selected updates are much easier, but there are also cons and issues we experienced. Some services won't restart after the upgrade. It's like SSH, you have to restart it manually. Could be easily fixed, but we're just about to mention things we experienced. I had random seg faults, especially on AR64, so they are not really reproducible. It was on vanilla machines, all the same. Sometimes happened, sometimes not. I don't know what caused it, and also seg faults Lucas experienced. And there's an official bug upgrading 14 to 15. One thing which really bugs us is that binaries and libraries are removed during the update, and that's especially bad for automated updates. If you're using Ansible and want to check during an update on a small machine. Any questions? Yeah. Yeah. Mark?
I was just going to point out that I think those issues are mostly fixed now.
Okay.
So there were some reasons that PKG would attempt to remove, especially ports packages during upgrades, if that's what you're talking about.
No, even base packages. I can show it. It's like, there's this, can you read it? It's updating my machine learning system, and I wanted to run, it's Tmux, I want to run make config to build this port, and it just says make not found. So that's really, that's really bad. So
okay, so there's a few issues. One of them, I think the one you're probably seeing there based on my own experience upgrading a bunch of systems in the last week is just the shape of the package base, splits is still getting worked out. So people are actually creating new packages. So say someone created a FreeBSD bmake package. Previously it was in a larger package. So now when you upgrade, you get the new version of whatever you had installed already, but you don't get the new packages. So in this particular case, I would hope that that problem will just mostly go away, because we're going to stop, splitting things once 15.0 is a bit more, in shape. But
I'm going to talk about it a little bit more in detail later. Hopefully it's fixed now, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, definitely. So it's really just a little bit of awareness and promotion, both of it. It's not, start with the home lab example. It's my small ARM cluster I have at home. Some of you know this weird project I have. It's multiple small machines. I started upgrading it from 13.2, is it? Yeah, 13.2 to 14.1, so about a year ago, and it went pretty well. But as I mentioned, some updates just seg-faulted, didn't create a boot environment, and then the machine is gone. They're all headless, small Raspberry Pi compute module things, so you have to take it out and then reflash this. It's really annoying. Another use case Luca's going to talk about is the offline, the air-gapped environment.
Yeah, so we're running some servers, about 40-ish, some of them hardware and some of them in virtual machines, which are in an network without direct internet access. So FreeBSD update is not really an option out of the box. We would have to run some caching or proxy service to get it working. So Pkgbase is the option for us now to build packages locally on a build server connected to the internet, and then move them to the network and distribute them via Nginx. So yeah, updating from source probably would be an option too, but Pkgbase gives us the easy to useness, I would say. Yeah, and also boot-rare images could possibly also be an option, but for now we're using, or I've tried to use Pkgbase, and I'm still using it in production, which does work. I say it does work because for the servers I'm using it, it works, otherwise I won't use it. But yeah, and also we're just building them once and then distribute it just using Nginx or whatever. So I can use package install OS updates, which especially over a fast network is way faster than using the internet every time or using FreeBSD update to upgrade all these servers.
Okay, here comes the points we would like to discuss about. First of all, many of these issues were already discussed, argued at the mailing list. It's about replacing FreeBSD update or writing a wrapper around FreeBSD update to avoid another port snap not found issue. I talked to one of the very famous hackers in Germany from CCC in Berlin. It was like, one day I wanted to run port snap. It says port snap not found, and I thought the system is broken. And I was like, why are you removing this? Why are you replacing it with Git? Hello, hello? Yeah. So maybe we should find a way, if it's a wrapper around it or aliases whatsoever, to avoid this, because there's many people out there using shell scripts, Ansible, whatsoever, wrappers around to update their systems. So if these things will fail after a major upgrade and they have to rewrite it, might get annoyed. So another thing is caching the updated files first. It's the thing about missing libraries or missing binaries, to say, okay, do the upgrade first and then do an atomic action to move these files in place. How it could be done, I don't know, but that might be an option to say, okay, do the upgrade first, like a temp directory whatsoever, and then move these files atomic. So update. Yep. Okay, it's working again.
Right now, the only way I have found to do that is to start a boot environment as a jail, and then use package --jail to upgrade the base system in the new boot environment and reboot into it. You can even set the boot once flag on the boot environment so that you give it one chance to come up clean, and if it fails for some reason,
yes, gonna cover boot environment as well. But yeah, exactly why isn't it implemented? So it should be just be a base feature. So, and it's possible. So there's atomic actions you can do. And yeah, as I already mentioned a couple of times now, please don't remove binaries and libraries before new ones are available. So, and integration of boot environments, if it's an additional flag or not, shouldn't be a deal. It's control is in base, so maybe adding a feature to say, okay, if you do a package-based upgrade, just create a boot environment and maybe even boot it once, so one boot feature is another great option that could be implemented. So yeah, there was not, I expected more discussions around it, but I thought there might be more people already using it. So
another thing I was just remembering about was FreeBSD update gives you the prompt to reboot your system if it's needed. Pkgbase doesn't do so. So if you're doing a patch level update which doesn't need any reboot because the kernel hasn't changed, then Pkgbase doesn't tell you or tells you to reboot. This is missing, I think. Let's go back there.
Let's say you have a bug in something like OpenSSL or SSH. It will still keep running with the bug until you restart the services and make sure that no process references the buggy library you just patched.
Okay. So you would recommend rebooting every time you upgrade something?
Unless you are very sure you know which services depend on the mentioned fixes, yes.
Okay.
It's just a safe bet.
Okay.
So I think a lot of these, so our plan for 15.0 is to make available a version of FreeBSD update that will natively use package-based to update the system. The idea being, like, as you said, there's a lot of compatibility concerns. A lot of people are just used to using it. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to throw it away. A lot of the functionality you want can be, like, if you just type package upgrade, yeah, it's definitely a worse user experience. So the idea is you need a wrapper script to do things like, install a kernel first and then reboot, and then make sure that critical system components like the runtime linker, the C runtime, all that stuff get updated before everything else. Make sure that if a shared library gets bumped, we keep an old version of it available until you've upgraded all of your packages. So the plan is to have FreeBSD update effectively handle all that. You don't have to use it. If you want to manage your system using bare package commands and you know what you're doing, then that's always going to be an option. But yeah, the simple case needs more support. So that's kind of like, it doesn't address everything you've talked about, but I'm hopeful that it'll address most of the pain points you brought up.
Yeah, thank you.
So right now, with the way Pkgbase works in 15 Alpha 3, is that if you run a package upgrade, the base repository and the ports repository and the kernel modules repository are enabled, and you will just upgrade them all, and there will be no dependency between base and ports packages, which can end up in a real mess. The safe version to work around with, but a bit annoying, would be to have not just etc package, but etc package base, and that would then include the repositories, and so that and thanks to using libucl, it has a flexible include macro with override ability, so we could include the disabled base repository, so that if you just run package, it knows that this repository exists, the base, but it's disabled. And if you use the other configuration directory, you would have an include that, and then have, with a higher priority, the repository enabled, but the ports repository disabled. Or the wrapper script you mentioned would just always make sure to explicitly specify which repository to use. That way you don't accidentally run package upgrade and then upgrade your base system.
Yeah.
Especially without package knowing about the dependencies between base and ports, because I ended up in a state where it tried to run the Lua or shell scripts in packages, installed from ports, while libc and the runtime loader were not installed.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Anyone?
So do you want to go back one slide, Sven? One more. Maybe look at the cons here. So I think one of the things that is very, very new is Lexi Winter has been working on Pkgbase sets, which allows you to specify a group of packages, you, the developers, in advance, and it should make it much easier to install like the kernel first. That's another point that Jessica Clark made. Just because you've got Pkgbase doesn't mean you can skip the step about needing to reboot to the new kernel before you upgrade patches. That was a lesson I learned the hard way repeatedly. I think that's a really important point that we need to keep repeating for users, and we need to include in our documentation, is you can go Pkgbase or package update, but you still need to reboot to the new kernel first, and that's not immediately obvious. If you have a system with boot environments, my experience for the last couple of 15 alphas is this works really well, and you can just upgrade the boot environment and then reboot, and it works brilliantly. It's much simpler. But there'll be a lot of people who either don't have boot environments or are using UFS where it's not available, or they're not familiar with it. So there's still work to be done. Yeah. From my personal experience, the thing I like about it is so much faster to do upgrades, and the more systems you have, the faster it is and nicer it is. As a developer, it is much quicker to build Pkgbase packages rather than a full dist set, and that's also much nicer for me. It knocks like 15-20 minutes off my build time, and that's much more helpful for cycling through patches. And finally, the last thing is you don't have to install everything. Finally, I can get rid of sendmail. I don't have to install the tests. I don't have to install source, and that makes upgrading of large numbers of systems much, much faster as well. Those are all really good things that we don't have. That capability today.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else?
I've also found Pkgbase very useful to subset the base system without having to compile, so that you can have a 200 or 300 megabyte instead of 3 and something gigabyte. It's basically 10% of a normal size base system for jails if you want a thick jail.
Yeah.
Selective updates and
selective installation.
Yes, and you should watch the jail session, Michael Dexter with Dave. Ray mentioned some stuff that doesn't need to be installed inside the jail. It's quite useful. And another point that came up right now, we forgot as well, is for long-time users who didn't take care about Pkgbase. They run a package update or package upgrade, and now their base system is updated. So maybe someone might, I don't want to call it a dist upgrade or whatsoever, but maybe a small flag which says, okay, package upgrade doesn't mean necessarily my base system is going to be upgraded. So it might be an issue as well, because not everybody has his own build server or Putria to stick with any specific release.
In theory, package claims to support this by just marking a repository as disabled. It will get skipped when you run package upgrade, and according to the documentation, you can then explicitly select it on the command line despite it being disabled to use it, so that you would say something like package upgrade -- repository FreeBSD base, and then it would upgrade. But this used to be broken. I don't know if package 2.3 fixed this. It was broken in 2.2.x.
Okay. And by the way, those who haven't used Pkgbase, Luca's going to do a talk on Saturday on Pkgbase for newcomers. Yeah,
It's
I've
just
seen it.
Getting started for all of the people here who haven't touched Pkgbase. Maybe just to get a little bit into it, start testing it out. The more people testing and finding some stuff to fix, the better it will be in the end, I think.
Yes. I think we're through. Yes. And there's a place, if you want to rent some space, just send me some money. I'm going to place your logo there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thanks. Lucas also wrote the handbook chapter. It was started in the Berlin hackathon, and we finished it later. So might as well clap that. We have some hardware sitting here, and it's about CHERI support now. I might as well switch over to Brooks to let him do a demo of all the things that are in hardware here. Still no root shell. Probably better. There's still one more power outlet here if you need. This is microphone. This questions mic. We have even more than an hour now. I knew John would be involved in this. So you have to probably switch between the two.
There's a phone to auction off.
Oh, that's Sven's phone. I'll take that. We're not doing auctions here at the Devsummit.
All right.
So you want to do the questions? Someone walks around?
I'll give it to John in case he needs to talk.
Yeah, all right. John knows how to do these things, yeah. Devsummit expert. All right.
Yeah, so I'm Brooks Davis. I'm here with John Baldwin. I'm here to talk about upstreaming support for CHERI, which is memory safe hardware that provides memory safety to C and C++, among other things, and bringing support to FreeBSD. I'm going to start off with a little introduction to CHERI. Apologize to those for whom it's repetitive, but I want to make sure everyone knows what we're talking about and why we're bringing these changes to FreeBSD. So what is CHERI? CHERI is an architectural protection model. It composes a capability system model with hardware and software by adding new new primitives to the instruction set. It's a portable idea. We started on MIPS. You map the region. You map the region such that you get our RWX capability, and then you flip it. Yeah, you ensure the page permissions are always read write or read execute. That's how it is. You could create a new system call to do something else, return two capabilities, but then you would have portability problems. Let's see. Yeah. So as the previous slide said, the runtime is responsible for refining capabilities. So both the kernel and the standard library decrease bounds on objects to ensure that we enforce the language level objects that people intend. So an important thing to sort of think about with the capabilities is that you have a reachable set of capabilities in any given thread. And that's whatever's in your register file, including your program counter, and then the transitive closure of anything you can load via those capabilities. So that's a set, which is a subset of your virtual address space and possibly a subset of the capabilities in the system. So the memory safety properties ensure that. And now you can have disjoint sets of capabilities. So you could have one compartment in one thread, one in another thread. And if you put that together, you can create compartmentalization using CHERI. So now you have in one thread of execution, you have access to a set of resources that are your own, as well as perhaps some selectively shared resources. And then you have another thread, and you need a domain transition mechanism to jump between them. We have several on Morello, we have a wide array because we didn't know what we wanted. So the decision was that anything was cheap could go in the hardware. So it did. On RISC-V, it looks like we're going to have probably one simple domain transition mechanism, although you could do more things with the kernel. I'm not going to go into great detail on that, but I'm happy to talk about it either at the end of this talk or anytime at the conference. An important aspect of CHERI is that despite all this memory safety and we require recompilation of our code and some modification, we can run legacy applications side by side. It's intended that your CPU can run, and Morello does this, can run an unmodified version of the base OS. So you can run, on here you can install a FreeBSD or Debian, install it, it works fine. Modulo support for whatever hardware's on the box. But you could also run CHERI. So we have an incremental adoption story, and we kind of think the appropriate analogy for the incremental adoption is basically the 32 to 64-bit transform migration. It was a bit annoying, but we did it. And actually, that migration shook out many of the problems that you could have encountered in a straight-up FreeBSD or a 64-bit to CHERI migration. So we really have shaken out a bunch of things there. Also, technologies like ASLR have removed hard-coded assumptions from the system about how pointers work and how address space is laid out, and that has been to our benefit. So we're definitely part of, I think, why we're at the crux of success here is that we're able to build on prior work, and other people have sort of preened the landscape for us. So things that were too horrible went away. Emacs's unexact thing is dead. That was a problem for us. We killed Icebreaker and on our ARM, and that fixed a bunch of things. So there's been a lot of cleanup that's making this all possible. So I would say CHERI has been demonstrated a wide range of scales. Whoops. Yeah. So we have a range from large superscalar application cores. The Morello platform from ARM was built on the Neoverse N1. This was used in platform like the early version of Graviton on AWS. It's made it in various forms into smartphones and things like that. And then coming soon, the product's about ready, and there are people working on tape-outs at the moment. There's CodaSip has an IP product. It's a mid-grade application core capable of running FreeBSD. We also have, I should have it on this slide, but I didn't. We're also working at Capabilities Limited on an adaptation of the CVA6 open source application core to add CHERI to that, and looking for partners to tape that out as well. And then at the bottom end, we have CHERI, initially developed at Microsoft, now being worked on by Low Risk and SCI Semiconductor, as well as Google. And this is a microcontroller core. It starts with the RV64E profile, so the smallest RISC-V you can make, and extends it with CHERI. And so we have this wide range. All of these things work, and they're all pretty viable. So quick link, and I'll put the slides on the website later. But if you want to learn more about CHERI, chericpu.org is a good place to go. Although it's a bit of an academic website and hard to find things on, I would recommend the IEEE Security and Privacy Magazine article for an overview of CHERI as a whole. And then there's the Intro to Programming, the Programmer's Guide, the ISA specification. I've now given you a 1,000-page reading list. So read selectively, pick the things that are most interesting. So now we're going to do a little demo. So as you might have guessed, okay, yeah. John's going to drive while I talk. So when he's ready, we'll go ahead and run uname. Are you on? Yeah. Do you want this one? It's slightly more horrible.
Oh boy, okay, I'll deal with British keyboard. Mind the typos.
Yep, that's decided not to work. They may both work. No, that one's. I guess this one decided to stop working. All right, so John's gone and run uname-a here. We have a build that it's arm64.arch64c, which indicates that we were targeting FreeBSD with, we were targeting arm64 with CHERI extensions. And we've built the generic Morello PureCap kernel. It's a kernel where we've applied, where we have a fully spatially safe kernel. Let's go ahead and run a procstat-a through more or less or something. If you can find the, let's just -a to start. Yeah, so you'll see here we've got all the processes listed. The things at the top are kernel processes. This emulation column here shows which ABI we're running. And in this case, on this system, every process is a CHERI process. So every process has full spatial and temporal memory safety, or, well, heap temporal memory safety, to be pedantic. So everything is running with that, and that includes the PDF viewer Ocular and also the Chrome web browser, which I'll show you in a minute. But first, let's go take a look at Ocular. Do a procstat. We're going to do C18N first? Sure. Let's do procstat CHERI. All right, so there's the Ocular process. The C column says that it's running PureCap. The core column means it's running with heap temporal safety, which means we're safe from use after reallocation bugs. And the C18N column says how many compartments are in this program. You notice we're over 159 compartments. You want to go ahead and do, actually, yeah, go ahead and run compartments here. Let's take a look at that. So we're going to go ahead and list them, or that's C18N, do compartments. Yeah, the naming could be better. One of the hard problems in computer science. So here you are, you see all of our compartments. Yeah, let's scroll up here. So we get, in our default compartmentalization policy, we have one compartment. We have one compartment per library. We also have the ability at link time to create multiple compartments per library. We effectively turn a library into multiple libraries so that from a developer perspective, the software engineering boundaries remain the same and linkage remains the same. But we can have multiple compartments. So if you see here, we have a set of libc compartments. The ones that I think are particularly interesting are MRS and JE-malloc, are our implementation of malloc with temporal. So we have JE-malloc with some small modifications to add bounds, and then MRS is a wrapper that implements temporal safety in conjunction with the kernel. So these both hold highly privileged capabilities. So the malloc implementation holds capabilities to every pointer that's been allocated through malloc. And so obviously that's fairly high privilege. And then MRS holds capabilities, or has the ability to request capabilities from malloc that can be, for instance, unmapped. And it hangs on to those during our revocation process. So by isolating those, we've put those highly privileged capabilities in a box and greatly reduced the ability to attack them. So let's see, shall we go ahead and look at Chromium now?
Sure. Which one do you want to do?
Just pick a Chromium or a Chrome process.
Keyboard.
This one has relatively few compartments today. One of the fun things with Chromium is we have to build it different ways at different times as we're doing development on it. But you want to try one of the renderers maybe? Ah, okay. So, well, I think it's built with consolidated libraries at the moment, so everything's built into the main binary. So we only have 140 libraries. You can get a build with up to about 800 libraries. And one thing that's interesting here is if you, so yeah, we have a heavily compartmentalized Chromium. Should we take a look at, should we set a breakpoint inocular on ping? So, you look at those compartments. If you're thinking about like capsicum compartmentalization or process separation, you might be worried about the debugging that sort of thing. Robert uses rbreak PNG. Yeah. And now go wiggle something inocular. I think if you click on a menu item. There we go. Yeah, so if you do a backtrace here, you can see that you can see these lines that have a cross-compartment call. So that's where there has been a trampoline entered to move from one compartment to another. It all just shows up in GDB. It's all in one process. It's all nice to debug. Yeah, that one's not the most exciting, but yeah. Yeah. See if you can find a checked out copy of the demos. I can't remember if Conrad has them on here. They're probably going to be in tilde. Great. And then what am I doing on time?
This is like doing things live. Which one do you want?
Let's go CHERI demos. Let's do a quick. Okay, I did not prep that part, so let's skip that part. Let's go to Chromium. So, Chromium is arguably the grand challenge application when it comes to porting to CHERI. Sure, you could pop the slide up. Presentation. Go to view at the top. The view menu.
That's very annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, so Chromium is arguably the grand challenge application, at least in open source software. Maybe some Office Suite thing, but Chromium is probably the worst. So we're looking at 27 million lines of code in the base, another 20 million lines of libraries, and V8 compiler, the V8 JavaScript runtime is a solid 2 million lines of code. So we've spent, with the team at Capabilities Limited, spent about 18 person months total porting Chromium to the point you'll see here in a moment. We've made about 0.04% lines of code change, which is non-trivial, but actually not terrible in the grand scheme of things. But here's the thing. We took two people who had minimal CHERI experience when they started. They were senior developers, but otherwise minimal CHERI experience. Threw them in the deep end of the pool. Said, here's Chromium, make it work. And they did in less than a week of the time that Google spends on security for Chromium. So we were able to do this. It's really pretty cool. So let's go ahead and show you a couple of quick demos. So it's loaded up. We have it loaded up here. We have a cached copy of the Cambridge website. It's like not perfect. We're finding that last 90% of bugs, the second or third 90% of bugs in V8. So if you browse the internet as a whole, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Depends what Google has on their front page today. But basic things work. So we have a working browser. As you saw earlier, it's running in our pure capability process environment, so it's fully memory safe. Let's go ahead and go to the exploit demos. So you just change everything except localhost to exploits. Yeah, localhost. All right, so let's take a look at the first one. So this exploit, this CVE, if you show this to the security team at any company that has a browser, they see that number and they wince, because this is BlastPass. It's a vulnerability, it's a bug in the WebP library that was a zero-click vulnerability on both iOS and Android. About a year apart, due to all the problems of security reporting and excitement and just sort of confusion about where the bug was. And it was found at least twice. In both cases, used to attack civil rights advocates by nation states. So it was a nasty bug. And I will say, the code here was Google code. They followed all their good practices. They did all their fuzzing. The fuzzer didn't get deep enough into the Huffman decoder. And therefore, the buffer overflow wasn't found, and it popped up in the wild. So let's go ahead and load the malicious WebP. I just wants to do it. There we go. All snap. So it's a little hard to read because it's really hard to change the font on this page. It's compiled in. But CHERI memory violation occurred. If you run this, if you run the same thing on a Chromium that's just ARM64, well, it goes off and did some buffer overwrite somewhere. And with some work, you could turn that into an attack chain and arbitrary code execution.
Are you rounding up allocations to the granularity that CHERI can track?
Yes.
In the allocator, or?
Yes.
Okay. So you have perfect bounds.
But there are no aliasing violations in the bounds. Yeah. So let's go ahead and go back. The interesting thing here is that we've done this. We've got a couple others, but they're sort of similarly exciting security demos in that you get a screen that says, yeah, something went wrong. So we're going to skip that. Let's go to the next slide. So here's a little write-up on it. The interesting thing here is we fixed that, and we didn't actually change any lines of code in WebP, because WebP didn't require any porting at all. And in fact, most libraries required no porting. Any modern C++ that's not doing something really weird, like say a browser, it doesn't require any code change. So, so we fixed this naturally occurring bug that cost enormous amounts of time and analysis, certainly millions of dollars in human time, in addition to the damage done to the people who were attacked. Let's go to the next slide. So this next bit, we can actually run, but I'm going to talk about it first. So let's go to the next slide. This is a bit of work that's been done at Cambridge in conjunction with Google Security. We took something that was incidentally developed by some other DARPA project. The AIXCC project has a team of people inserting or reinserting bugs into a variety of software for AI to find and fix. We didn't know about them, they didn't know about us. And then somebody who was involved in that challenge, but also in a program we're in, pointed it to us and said, hey, what does CHERI do for this? So we took the challenge, we took their ASAN reproducers, and we applied it to CHERI. And so the neat thing is it's sort of a natural experiment. So let's see, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so here's the pretty picture of the results. Do you actually want to go and kick them off in the other window? Sure, it's assuming we're in the right directory still. No, we're not. So it's challenge, and then demo, and then Python 3 demo.py. And we have a network, so it even work. So we'll get this running in the background. It'll produce the same table, and let's pop the table up again while we wait. So here's all the set of known bugs. In every case, we prevent the bug. Unsurprising, since these are bugs that were picked in part because they had address sanitizer reproducers. The light green ones are ones where they were heap overflows of various sorts, or use after freeze. So in our normal mode of operation, as well as with where we quarantine freeze, and then after some time we revoke them before they're reallocated, we don't get an immediate crash the way you would with a buffer overflow. So you have to think about it a bit about whether you've got a mitigation. But in all cases, we do. I'm going to go and switch over, and you can see we've produced the same table of results, and there are 3 runs here. The leftmost run is some of the bugs trigger seg faults, so they ran off the edge of a page boundary or something like that. Or yeah, they've run off the end out of memory somewhere. The next column is sort of our normal mode of operation with CHERI. We get an error in almost every case. A couple cases, these are temporal safety bugs, where, is that right? That's odd. So in a couple cases, we don't get an error in the runtime until we go to the next column, where we actually turn the revoker on such that we do a scan of all memory to revoke every pointer to a freed memory every time. That's not something you could actually do in production, because you don't want to scan your process's whole memory every time you free something. But it's something you can do for debugging. And here we get an error in every case. So let's flip back to the slides. So this was nice. This was a nice result. Okay, we find all these bugs. We did better than the AI did, mind you. But here's the fun part. Next slide. Bonus discoveries. So it turns out in one case, they had an ASAN trigger, but it turns out you could exploit the bug without violating ASAN, because it was an attack on a buffer in the middle of an object. And if you turn on something called subobject bounds in our C and C++ implementation, you can't reach, your reference to that array, or whatever it is, can't reach out into the rest of the structure. It turns out an attacker could have exploited that without hitting an ASAN trigger. So it demonstrates some of the power of the CHERI model if applied properly. We also, and this is kind of fun, found 2 extra bugs. It turns out the people who are experts at writing memory safety bugs on purpose, analyzing them, all that stuff, created 2 additional memory safety bugs in the process of inserting 15 others. So it's very nice. We found, I think it's 114% of the vulnerabilities in the software. So next slide. So now I'm giving you some idea what CHERI is and why you might want it. And now we're going to talk about upstreaming CHERI support to FreeBSD. So why upstream CHERI to FreeBSD? So FreeBSD, and really all operating systems, need a memory safety story. This is my personal opinion, but it is a problem, an increasing problem. Right now, we're in good company. Linux, FreeBSD, Windows, Mac OS, everybody's memory unsafe. But it seems unlikely that that's going to remain acceptable forever. You know, we're not going to lose by big desktop operating systems getting rewritten in the short term, but you could see push from the bottom from the embedded world is going to happen, like it or not. Rewriting, however, rewriting everything, you know, in place or whatnot is not a practical answer. One company that we've talked to put an estimate on rewriting at a minimum of $1 trillion US. And given that that's a software estimate, you know, you know, that's probably not an answer. Also, you know, many of us are here working on this project because we actually like what we're doing and like the things we're working with. We like C, so if we want to keep doing C, we should probably have memory safety. So we need that, and also, you know, so given that, bringing CHERI to FreeBSD rather than leaving it in CHERI-BSD, where it is today, reduces adoption risks versus integrating a fork. So if you're a company that uses FreeBSD and you want to start using CHERI, you don't want to bring in some other fork out here and have to manage, you know, version skew between them and merging changes back and forth. You're going to want to bring in functionality that's baked into the system, maintained by all developers. Just like you wouldn't want to use, you know, if you didn't have to, a port to a platform that wasn't in the tree. We'd like to provide a production OS with proven features rather than a bunch of proven features like our spatial memory safety and some crazy things like co-process compartmentalization, where you can run multiple processes in the same address space. And so we'd like to bring in the stuff that's well proven and make that available to the community and make sure things keep working, basically. The usual arguments for upstreaming. It's worth noting that generally we find that the changes we make for CHERI improve overall code quality. We've actually upstreamed quite a lot of sort of general fixes and abstraction improvements. And also, both we and a bunch of consumers of CHERI who have worked on various projects as part of UK-funded programs find that testing with CHERI finds bugs, and these are general bugs. So in fact, a bunch of companies that did small funded experiments using CHERI now have Morello boxes in their CI infrastructure because they found bugs in places they did not expect to find bugs. Some of them in things like, you know, compilers with formally proven designs and implementations. So there are a lot of surprises there. So I think the project will benefit quite a bit. And right now, we have the potential we have a lead in terms of there being code available for FreeBSD in the form of CHERI-BSD. So let's keep it. We have a chance, you know, we have a chance to really make a mark on the world. And I will say that I think we're well positioned to adopt CHERI, both because as a community we have a lot of people here who have worked on CHERI and understand it. And you know, I've been talking about it ad nauseum for like a decade, so a lot of people have heard about it. But also, we have made decisions in our engineering that have made CHERI easier to adopt than, for example, in Linux. So we use types within our kernel. We use int pointer t when we mean to talk about a pointer and manipulate it as an integer, rather than just casting it to long, which Linux does. And so they're like, don't get me wrong, there is a Linux port out there, and they have a huge pile of cochineal scripts to basically convert all those longs into something typed. But Upstream is not very excited about that approach right now. So there are political factors there that are going to hinder adoption. And also, we were fortunate at Capabilities Limited, where I'm working right now, to get a grant to prepare patches for upstreaming. And for a variety of reasons, the proposal for Linux didn't make the cut. So we've got a lead. Let's keep it. We need advantages as a community. And one, I guess, good and bad thing here is the silicon we're likely to see first is something we can buy versus the Morello box that we can run on, and there's some availability, is at the low end in terms of size, but that means it's got substantial potential for scale. For instance, CODASIP, whose chip I mentioned, or whose IP I mentioned earlier, just announced a partnership with a company that does system-on-chip designs for automotive. So big space, lots of interest, and also potentially lots of regulation, which could be to our benefit. Next. Oh, sorry. Okay, so what do we plan to upstream? We want to upstream support for RV64Y. This is the Y extension? Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, RV64I is the sort of the normal, is the base ISA. RV64Y is the CHERI base ISA for RISC-V. So we plan to upstream support for that and aim for tier 2 support on that platform. Hardware is on the way. There are reasonably priced FPGA boards that are available now to run CVA6. We also have QEMU support. We also plan to upstream Morello because it's such a great demo platform, basically, and it's a good development experience. It's not a new super fast machine. It's like a 7-year-old microarchitecture, but it is super scalar. It's reasonably performant, and whatnot. And Morello, and our view here is we're going to go in. We want to go in, and bring it in as tier 3. The key thing with tier 3 in this case is that if ARM decides to make the ISA real, we're just going to break what's in the tree. We'll keep the old releases working, so 16 will undoubtedly go out with Morello support if everything aligns. But if there's some, I don't know, ARM v7, ARM v11 or whatever, then we would move to that.
And in particular, a future ARM will be mostly source code compatible. It would be like different opcode encodings, so it wouldn't be very disruptive in FreeBSD to support a official ARM CHERI. It would be mostly the same source code.
Yeah.
So is there any plan to actually get hardware in the hands of developers so that we can test patches and know that we're not actually breaking stuff for CHERI?
So I think we need to talk about how much we need available, but hardware, I think we definitely plan to make some amount of hardware available. How much we need, I think, depends on talking to the community. We will probably not be sending out Morello boxes to everyone who asks. There's only so many in the world. But we will definitely make them available. We have some available today, in fact, and any open source developer can access the ones through the GCC compiler farm.
You can also do cross-development with QEMU. In fact, a lot of us working on CHERI, that's primarily what we do is cross-compile and then run stuff in QEMU anyway. So certainly for build breakages, cross-building will work just fine. And some of the cleanups we'll probably do, like some of the things I have pending are, even in the kernel, even though we have types, VM offset T, for example, is a bit overloaded. It's both addresses and sometimes pointers. And there are places in the kernel where we can switch types to be pointers instead of integers for things like malloc is correct. Malloc returns pointers, but like KVA alloc I think still returns, or maybe I don't know if I fixed that one yet. Various things in PMAP take VM offset T when they really mean a kernel pointer. And so to the extent that we change things to be pointers, if you get the type wrong, you'll get a mismatch on non-CHERI as well. So it'll naturally stay clean that way, even without having to cross-compile for CHERI. And that's probably some of what we'll do as part of upstreaming.
Yeah, we can also, for instance, do the kind of, right here. So we can also do the kind of sort of smoke testing we do in Cirrus CI on GitHub right now, where we build the world, we install a minimal version, we boot to single user mode basically. We can add that kind of functionality very easily with our QEMU infrastructure. Yeah.
All right, I wanted to ask, does CHERI only work with C and C++ native code, or does it also work with stuff that transpiles to just C? Does it require any changes in the code? I assume not.
So something that transpiled, it would depend on the idiomatic use of C. Most likely it'll be fine.
All right.
We had to fix some things in like the yak output.
Okay.
That sort of thing. But
most stuff, because it works, it doesn't require changes usually in the code level, as long as,
Yeah, as long as your code's not too systemsy, it doesn't usually need much in the way of changes. So there are currently no changes in OpenSSH, for instance, and essentially no changes in KDE, in our KDE port that we're running here. I guess I should also mention, like, CHERI also can be, for instance, used in the runtime of something like your JVM. There is a CHERI Rust port. It's not where it should be, but I think we'll see more progress there in the near future. If nothing else, because some companies who are interested in CHERI have mandates that they can only use platforms that have Rust on them. And there's an integration story there. So if you have a Rust program, both you might want to make your unsafe code safe, but also you might want to have things beyond the foreign function interface be safe.
So if as long as the binaries are CABI compatible, will that work? Or
no. So the binary so you need to change your use of any memory addressing.
Okay.
So you'll need to change the generated code to work appropriate, to use capabilities.
Okay. Some languages may need to be ported.
Yeah. So language runtimes and compilers typically need porting.
Okay. Capability itself is protected by the tag bit, right?
Sorry?
Capability itself is protected by the tag bit, right?
Yes.
And the tag bit is implemented in the hardware.
Yes.
Can you maybe show, or let's say, modify that capability on the fly and show how the tag bit will be invalidated right now?
If we can find a program, how about we take that one to the end of this bit and then. Then.
The good news is in GDB you can inspect capabilities to see if the tag is valid and what the bounds and stuff are. So you could write a little program that like trounces over the address with an integer right and then single step it and see what happens, and it'll go away right away.
Yeah, we should have an example in there. We just need to find it. When we're upstreaming, we have two modes of handling capabilities in C and C++. We have a pure capability mode which is what I've talked about, where we replace all pointers with capabilities. There is also a mode where we replace some annotated pointers with capabilities. This is a deceptively simple idea. It's in fact very complicated and hard to use right. So we don't currently plan to bring that support to FreeBSD unless there's specific demand. I think we'll keep that in CHERI-BSD. The other thing that we are looking at bringing to a larger degree is subobject bounds. Subobject bounds are like when you take a reference to an array that's inside a structure or some object within a structure. Subobject bounds bound that when we pass it along. That breaks things like container rub, so it requires some annotations in order to disable those bounds in certain cases. So it's a little more disruptive. And then we have a degree of aggressiveness in how we apply subobject bounds. At the most aggressive levels, we definitely break the C standard. So we won't be doing that, but we will be doing the modest version within the kernel, and possibly the runtimes as well. And then the other thing is kernel support will lead first. So we're planning to bring in kernel support such that it runs existing FreeBSD userland and also CHERI-BSD userland. Once that's done, we'll bring in user space support. And then next slide. So here's a rough timeline. This is based on our funding timeline, but also I think a reasonable engineering plan. Basically, our goal is from now till the end of March, which is the end of the UK fiscal year, we'll be working on putting together clean patches and beginning to upstream them for a pure capability kernel. So we'll have a memory safe kernel at the end of this. When we land it, depends on reviewing back and forth there and whatnot, and also how much technical debt we find as we start extracting patches. And then after that, we have a period of about 6 months where we plan to work on user space, get all of spatial safety in. The next step is linker-based compartmentalization. We'll look at that. I would say this is a lower probability of landing. It is disruptive. It changes the layout of binaries. It requires some tools to be updated and whatnot. But most users completely transparent. You need to change the runtime linker, and you need to change the static linker. And you don't have to apply it. It doesn't change the structure of the code if you don't apply a policy. But we're looking at, I think we need to do a bunch of thinking about how much compartmentalization we would want to turn on by default. I think the answer would be a small amount, not a very large amount. We'll be working on those patches. And then the final set of work, sort of the final tranche of work, is making patches available for heap temporal safety. This is more disruptive to the VM system. We have a very clever, and also to malloc and whatnot. We have a very clever scheme, which has the usual trade-offs of clever things. That is a bit complicated, but it makes pause times quite acceptable for revocation. So I think in most applications, it's not really noticeable. In benchmarks, it is noticeable. It wouldn't be something you'd want on by default in every workload. But it is extraordinarily useful to have, and in security critical applications, the costs are quite reasonable, I think. So that's kind of our overall timeline. Let's go to the next slide here. Our proposed Git strategy is that we're going to maintain a fork of the FreeBSD GitHub repo under the CHERI Alliance GitHub organization. And we're going to maintain a series of rebased branches which have upstreaming candidates. The idea is to keep a set of clean patches available so that people can test if they want to. And then we'll pull things out of there either to post into Fabricator or to create separate pull requests for review, kind of depending on what makes most sense for a given change. I think different groups of changes just work better in different environments. So that's kind of our general proposal. So this slide is where I want to start to get a bit interactive. And it'd be great if somebody could go to the wiki page and take notes in the HackMD that I've linked from the agenda on sort of what do we need. I want to start a discussion here about what the project needs to make this integration work. We've brought in a series of architectures over time. We've brought in, Alpha and Power and ARM, MIPS, RISC-V. So we should have some idea what we need to make things work. But I'd like to hear from the community what you think is required for you to be comfortable with this coming in. Let's start with Mark.
For most developers who don't necessarily directly care about it, but their main concern is going to be not breaking anything. So having an easy way to at least verify at build time that you're not going to get CHERI-specific compile errors, much the same way that we're constantly breaking the 32-bit build or breaking the build with GCC or other kind of non-standard tool chains. Because we have those problems, I'm not sure that there's an easy solution here, but it's the same kind of shape, I think.
Yeah, I mean, so initially, we're going to come in with an external tool chain. I think in the time frame we've proposed, it is unlikely that full LLVM support will be available upstream. So, but we maintain, I maintain ports of the tool chains now. Yeah. We'll get it down to 1 in this time frame. Definitely, right now we have the RISC-V tool chain and the Morello tool chain are separate for historical reasons. We're going to smoosh them together as soon as resources allow. So that's underway. So you'll need to install a package and do a cross build. And the good news is there's no reason to build the built-in toolchain under Cherry because it doesn't work. So, so you can avoid that part of the build process.
So I guess then if you're doing like a make tinderbox,
Mm-hmm.
will it automatically tell you that, hey, you don't have LVM installed?
Let me have John answer that because he's done the GCC work. Well, you've done the work with supporting GCC in Tinderbox, right?
Well,
I mean, I think we haven't like done the work.
We've not tried to make it so that make Tinderbox works. I think part of this so usually folks in CHERI, we normally use this Python wrapper script for all our cross building. And so we don't directly use make build roll direct. We have 87 million lines of Python that calls build roll.
It's only 30,000.
Yeah, but it's true, like on our Morello. Yeah.
It needs to be possible in the meantime for, well, either make tinderbox should like tell me that, hey, or either it should use the custom toolchain for the one platform.
Yes.
Or you have to be okay with people breaking CHERI builds.
So I don't disagree. When we didn't have MIPS supporting Clang yet, Make Tinderbox would try to use GCC for MIPS, and it was kind of gross. We could make a slightly less gross version of that, I think. It's doable that we could, like right now we will skip an architecture if the right GCC port isn't installed. And I think we can mostly make it so that we just always require a package for CHERI architectures and then skip, and that will mostly just work fine in Make Tinderbox. And it should be, like on Morello box, whoa. I suddenly got hot in the room. On Morello boxes, we definitely just use make build world, and that works fine with just cross toolchain set, and that's all you have to do. So that will work in make Tinderbox and upstream FreeBSD eventually when it's merged.
So I think let's make sure that's written down as a thing we need to work on and put in our project management. Because I agree we need to do that. I think step one is going to be we're going to accept the breakage and deal with it. Step two is going to be, we have another hand up here. Step two is get that right.
So I've read online that this is very much a science project at the moment. Has anybody from the hobbyist space wanted to make some hardware with it?
I would say it is not a science project. It is being industrially adopted. So.
How can I get hardware?
So I think we will get a CODA-SIP tape out in the short term.
Okay.
I hope we will also get a CVA6 tape out fairly quickly thereafter. Funding negotiations in progress, but but I think quite positive in general. The goal of, I think, from our perspective of a couple of the projects we're looking at is to build something, Raspberry Pi shaped. It will not have the performance of a Pi 5 because neither of the architectures or the microarchitectures we're looking at are up to the class of that microarchitecture. But our goal is to have the same I/O, probably the same form factor as much as possible so that there's something for people to play with. And it's essential. Let's go.
So at least for this very first round of patches or backporting, do you plan on using a special trailer or something to differentiate these commits from normal, regular commits?
I mean, they will all have a sponsorship line, so that will be clear. We could put something in there. I'm not sure what exactly you'd be looking for.
There's a way to see if there's easily grab what is just for CHERI.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. What else? There were more hands down here.
Is there a chance to get CHERI usable as a kind of fuzzer to help other architectures get to better code quality?
It's definitely possible. We have some work ongoing on using CHERI and fuzzing both on its own and in conjunction with address sanitizer. The address sanitizer changes for Cherry are significant because address sanitizer does unfortunate things with pointers. But it is definitely like, it is working. It's just a question of like, when is the time to convince the address sanitizer team to take disruptive changes? And there's some good work going on there. I think, yeah, I think that's something we'll want to do. It's a question of how much resource to devote to it.
If the pure capability kernel support will be brought into the FreeBSD, does it mean that, I don't know, device drivers should be recompiled as well, even though they won't ever be used on a Marella board, for example?
Yeah, so every driver will have to be recompiled.
But does it really make sense if, for example, I'm sure that such hardware won't be available on the Marella board or anywhere else?
I mean, in a sense, no. I think we'll build everything in generic and everything in modules that's not blocked out. I think we would block things out if they're terrible. But that's mostly i386 drivers at this point, so we can throw them out the window. But I mean, Morello has has PCIe interfaces. So like anything you can buy on a card, you can stick in the box. Whether anyone would, I will say, this is one of the areas where sub-object bounds are high friction. Pretty much every time we try a new driver, we have a couple things to fix. It's always the same sort of things. It's not hard to do, but we don't currently have automation for it. The good news is, you try it, you make a bug report, we fix it. It's pretty straightforward. That's basically it. So any other thoughts about what the project might need? Or general questions, or we can try and dig up some GDB demos. Get Greg up there. Oops. MDK keyboard.
We're getting our steps in. Brooks, you mentioned the CHERI Alliance at one point. I'm curious just to hear more about that organization. I saw when it was announced, I thought it looked interesting. Like, what role is it playing? Is it a good resource? If so, for which types of people, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so I mean, the CHERI Alliance is kind of is an alliance of organizations interested in CHERI. So it's a membership organization, more Linux Foundation shaped than FreeBSD Foundation shaped. But it's a standalone organization devoted to promoting CHERI. And so to the extent there are things that are sort of aimed at production, but where they're not ready to go upstream, they'll be hosted at CHERI, that people will be hosting them at CHERI Alliance. So we're working on getting compilers moved from the University of Cambridge to CHERI Alliance, and QEMU moved there, sort of as a central location for these sort of things. The end goal is, of course, world domination, so everything supports CHERI and it all goes away. But right now it is we host things in CHERI Alliance. So it's intended to provide a relatively neutral forum for collaborative development. So that's why we plan to use we need to put it somewhere, and that's a reasonable place to put a set of FreeBSD branches for upstreaming, rather than polluting FreeBSD space with stuff that's not reviewed, things like that. There we are. That's the good one. All right. So let's go ahead and do a couple quick demos. Oh, let's see, GDB buffer overflow. We'll do the classic buffer overflow. We'll do the CHERI version because the other version is really boring, or even more boring. So we do, let's do this. Is that what I want? So we have a simple program. We have a buffer. We try to memset too far. We're right over the end of it. Boring. So we run. So capability protection fault, bounds fault, and we attempted to memset too far, basically. So that is your classic security demo. I think it's IPC is the one that you asked for earlier. Yeah. Well, this is a different one. This is pointer clearing if you try to send a capability through a pipe. So, demonstration that you cannot send one even over a network. So let's go ahead and run. And we have now attempted to, we have sent a capability over a pipe, and then we've attempted to dereference it and print it. We fault there because we attempted to do that dereference. So
do you want to print them out, maybe?
Sorry?
Like do like PCP and PRCP so you can see how they're different.
PCP. Yeah, so they're the same bitwise, but the RCP, the one we've sent, is invalid, which means it has no tag. In this case, we've just copied the bytes over, but because the tag is out of band, we didn't copy that. In the case of pipe, you actually have a choice here architecturally. You could choose to make pipe preserve capabilities, but you don't want that to be the case if you have unrelated processes sharing that pipe. Because obviously, those capabilities mean different things in different processes. Let's see. Let's do use after free. So here's a program that mallocs something, verifies it's not null. So we write through it, we free it, we write through it again. That will in fact work in our model because we've quarantined it, but we have not revoked it yet. We then trigger a revocation pass, which scans all memory for everything in quarantine, clears the tags, and then we fault. So let's go ahead and run. And now we are indeed at the revoked point. And if we were to turn on revoke at every free, it would crash on the previous perdef instead. So it looks like we don't have a simple overwrite example. Oh, actually, no, that's right. Pointer type confusion is such a thing. It's a little, oops. We have a question there, which we could answer potentially.
Can you add the revoke on every free from the debugger or while you're single stepping?
Yeah, you could do that. You'd have to do it before the free, but from the debugger, you could reach the variable. It's a static variable, but you could find it and flip the bit. Yeah, so in this example, we have a union of a pointer and an integer, and then we have an array. Let's see. Yes. So we first set the pointer to some arbitrary thing. Doesn't really matter what it is. We then increment. We then attempt to increment it as an integer rather than as a pointer. Now it is manipulating the the address portion of the value, but because it's only manipulating the 64-bit part, we will clear the tag. So let's run, and then bang. And then let's go print oops. And so you see it's incremented by one. You can see it's off by one, as you would expect from the increment, but it's invalid. So and the debugger can see that it points to B, even though the tag has been cleared. The mechanism by which the tags are stored and maintained is a microarchitecture detail, and a detail of the system on chip in the microarchitecture.
Is it documented somewhere? I mean, for example, how those tags are implemented on ARM64?
Well, it's a microarchitecture detail, so on Morello, it's implemented two ways, which you could choose at boot time. It's either done as an ECC bit, so you just steal a bit, an ECC bit, or it's done off to the side with a cache, with a tag cache, which substantially decreases the number of DRAM accesses you need to do. In particular, because a substantial portion of pages don't have any capabilities in them, so the cache just says no capabilities.
Yeah, well, I do. So Christoph points out, and this is actually one of my things about working with CHERI, this is mostly actually my fault, is that when you're working with CHERI as a developer, not as like a mitigation strategy, even though we primarily think of it as a security extension, not a development tool, you get much more information about your pointers. So if something goes wrong with a pointer and you print it in a debugger, or you look at the register when you get a fault, you get to see all this other information, like the bounds, the permissions that were assigned, whether or not the tag is valid. That can help you, like you know much more about what's going on than just, and that's really useful. So, like, we have a lot of bugs in our bug system currently from Robert Morris, who finds all sorts of neat little memory vulnerabilities. And like debugging those on a CHERI system is much nicer than having to like try to do it on an x86 and do ASAN to do it. And also, when you want to test and validate your fix, it's a much nicer development environment to work in, at least for me.
Can this CHERI mechanism deal with pointers in shared memory between processes? How does it know which of the processes the pointer is valid in?
This is an area that's in flux a bit. Currently, you are allowed, so you can do shared memory, and it can have pointers in it. I'm currently working, have some patches that I've been not finishing, to make it more explicit. So you need you need to be explicit at every stage of creating the shared memory segment that you want it that way, because it's not safe. It's not sound to share pointers between processes because the address spaces will have diverged.
In particular, we don't store any kind of notion of address space IDs. It is just a way of bounds on whatever address you're currently accessing, which means when you start up before the MMU is turned on architectures, it's that way. You're effectively setting bounds on what are physical addresses, because that's the current virtual address mode that you use before you turn the MMU on. Versus when you turn the MMU on, now suddenly they are bounding virtual addresses. It's whatever goes into your load and store instructions, more or less.
Yeah. So we do support and do intend to continue supporting creating shared memory regions, but my view is that it's essential that it require code change, and that it modest code change, like literally adding flags to some system calls, so that you know it's there and that it's auditable. And probably you'll want to have, you might imagine a model where you want some sort of entitlement scheme to grant your process the ability to do this, because any process that does it can't be temporally safe.
So as long as each shared mapping is kind of owned by one process which gets to treat it as capability, and anyone else writing to it would invalidate the capability?
So the current model is that you either get something that can't store capabilities at all, or you get something that can share capabilities, because there's not really anything else the architecture can support. You can imagine a model where you wanted to only share select capabilities. We can't ensure that's true. In a co-process model where you have multiple processes within a single address space, then you have some potential there. But I think our ideas are less well-formed there. Under the project that we're funded on right now, we're going to do some more work in that space to try to come up with some better APIs and whatnot and think it through more. People have actually built software on it, like built systems on it, but there's work to do and thinking to do. It's fairly hard. So is everyone happy for Cherry to come in for ship it in 16? Oh, we got another. Yes, Christoph is saying that he found several bugs in PF when running it on Cherry. We found a lot of odd, mostly harmless bugs, but definitely any bug that's a bounds right. A sufficiently clever red team can exploit that.
One curiosity that I have is for hypervisors. So when you talk about hypervisor security, will the guest also need to be compiled on the Cherry architecture, or could the guest be non-Cherry on a Cherry host?
Guests can be non-Cherry.
Yeah, we already run FreeBSD VMs on Morello now.
And the Bhyve RISC-V work was done largely for the purpose of validating that the RISC-V debugging, the RISC-V virtualization extensions with Cherry added makes sense. Because until you've implemented it, you can't believe that the architecture people did it right.
So this is already going upstream in Bhyve, or?
I can't remember if we landed RISC-V.
So Morello support, presumably as part of upstreaming a PureCap kernel for Morello, we would include the Morello Bhyve bits. I don't think they're that active. Mostly it just has to do with saving different state, because now you have to save your GPRs that you save for your virtual CPU state are now all capabilities instead of integers. That's and several of your control registers are also capabilities. That's from the hypervisor standpoint, that's really what you have to deal with. Is that fair characterization, Mark? Because Mark actually did the work, so. Yeah, the debug stub, the GDB server in Bhyve is also capability aware in CHERI-BSD.
Yeah, mostly it's dealing with saving registers. There's a few oddities that I've already forgotten, but the diff is not big.
Yeah, I guess we should also say that Mark just landed dtrace support. So like, despite all the scary memory protections, you can still do horrible things to your kernel. All right. Any other questions? Desired demos? All right. Well, we will hand off to the next person. We'll be around all week. I'll have the Morello box, although I probably won't drag it to the venue unless people ask.
Okay. Thank you, Brooks and John. Coffee break now. Half an hour. Okay. Yes. All right. Outside. 15 past 3. Is that okay for you? Okay, we're back from coffee. It's difficult to drag people from coffee, I know. I hear developers are people who turn coffee or beer into source code. So that's good, actually. But accessibility is also important, so that's why we have a bit of an update to what started last year, the accessibility session we had there at the Devsummit for people who were there and remember. And I think we have updates, and that's what we are hearing now. Question from the audience. This is the audience microphone, but I guess someone else can. Oh, one more thing. If you happen to have FreeBSD, one more thing. If you have working Wi-Fi that actually connects to the outside world with this, can you help Terry Thomas a little bit? He's struggling a bit with the setup. All right, maybe later during the breaks. Okay, thanks. Now, here we go.
Okay, perfect. Can I start? Benedict is. Oh. Can I start?
I think you can.
Benedict? Benedict? Ah, okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Alfonso, a FreeBSD developer, and I have some projects with the FreeBSD Foundation to improve the vision accessibility. I'll talk about the new accessibility handbook with assistive technologies in base and ports, how to help, and the future plans and the projects in documentation, ports, and new code. Why an accessibility handbook? Simply for user request. An example, where is the FreeBSD documentation for accessibility? I am a blind user. What is the accessibility status for FreeBSD? And so on. I had a talk during the Global Accessibility Day. I had some questions from Linux users, also some technical questions, like how to implement a screen reader, or what's the difference between a visual console and a terminal, and so on. The book was completed with some delay, sorry. It is my first project for documentation. I had to study ASCII docs and the documentation framework. For each tool, install, read the documentation, set up, configure, use, test, and write notes and suggestions. Some projects today. So, this is the accessibility handbook. Let's start. The index is at left. Now the book documents assistive technologies for visual accessibility. It is sponsored by the FreeBSD Foundation for the Visual Accessibility Project. Of course, the book starts with an abstract, a preface with the audience, organization, and the comments. The book has not images, of course. But today we will see a lot of images from my laptop, like examples. This is the organization. I used the pattern of the FreeBSD handbook. Each chapter and each paragraph begins with an introduction, For each tool, a brief description, installation, instruction, example, how to run, configuration, links to official documentation, and tips and notes. An example at the right for the chapter on blindness. So, part 1, general. Chapter 1, how to get help from a mailing list. Of course, the main starting point is accessibility.freebsd.org, the chat, and how to find the maintainer of a port. It can be important, and a use case, a personal use case some years ago. Part 2, Vision, for vision assistive technologies. Chapter 2, Visual Terminal. This chapter describes the feature of VT4, useful for accessibility, an example of low vision for VT4 at right. The table describes the default colors of VT4. We can change these colors. An example from this laptop, my laptop. We can change colors editing loader.conf or using VD control 1. We can change the size of the elements. An example from my external monitor linked to this laptop. At the left, little elements. At the right, the same utilities, but bigger. This is always VT4. Font. We can change the set the font size using a VD font, VD control, and can install a new font via VT font CVT. An improvement can be add an accessible font to VT4. This is an example. We will see more later. And finally, the bell. We can enable or disable the bell. It is useful in a basic environments like this tool. Chapter 3, colors. Colors are useful for photosensitivity, low vision, or of course, colorblind uses. Paragraph 3.2, height contract themes. How to install an example to set up a height contract theme. This is an example from a laptop of an high contract theme on XFCE. An help and an improvement can be to create a port of these high contract themes. So an user can just run a Pkgbase install at our utility contracts window themes. XFCE has an interesting utility. We can set desktop properties without open menu, open Windows settings, select checklist, radio list, form, and so on. For example, these 3 commands, these 3 steps, can be replaced by this command. So we could create a script to install and set up an accessible environment, just as an example, a mock-up for the installer at the right. So to install high contrast themes for icons, Magnify, Indicor, Screen Reader, and so on. We will see more later. High contrast icon themes are 2 examples. An example from a laptop of another contrast themes, Tripata theme. An improvement can be to create a port for this 10, Tripata. And color temperature. At the right, examples from this laptop. This is an example how to install and set up, screen color temperature utility. We have several utilities for color temperature. So this table describes the main feature for each utility. Port collection. We set up ports using this text interface utility. Some of vision users in the default asked an option to change the colors. I implemented the feature. How to set and change the color of the port config. This feature has a positive feedback. I am creating a new themes for colorblind, height, contrast, black and white. I'll add this feature to all the text user interface utility in base and also in the installer. We have a user request to add this feature in the installer. Brightness from my external monitor. How to set up brightness on your laptop or monitor. And the final Apple colors. KD provides a setting window for color brightness correction. Chapter 4, low vision. At the center, an image in normal vision. The other images are example of low vision. We can scan the screen or HIDPI. This is how to scale the screen. And this is an example on this laptop. At the left, 1 scale. At the right, 4 scale screen. Okay, bigger. Chapter 4.3. This paragraph describes how to install and select this font. This is an accessible font on the set font size. Examples how to do. This is an example on my laptop of the Atkinson hyperlegible font. An improvement can be to add this font to VT4 or an also accessibility font. Magnify. Always follow vision uses. This is an example for 3 times magnify, an image for 3. How to install and set up a magnify. We have a lot of magnifies imports. So this table describes the main feature for each utility. And the final mouse. How to find the mouse cursor. We have an example at the right, the red circle around the mouse cursor. And of course, we can change the themes and the size of the mouse cursor. Chapter 5, blindness. Screen reader. A screen reader reads the elements on the screen and sends them to a speech synthesizer or braille display. Actually, we have not a braille subsystem. It is already on the list. We have 2 screen readers in the ports, YCA and YEA-ESA. YCA is a powerful open source screen reader, full configurable from graphical user interface and CLI. We have another screen reader. It is light but only for terminals. We have several speech synthesizer imports. Of course, they are used with the screen reader. And again, port collection. Use this text user interface to set up port options, but text user interface are a well-known accessibility problem. Many users cannot use this utility, cannot set port options. What's the problem? The screen reader sees and reads what the text user interface is really, a terminal full of text. This is a real example. Actually, this text user interface is this in the terminal. But the problem, the real problem is semantic. The screen reader just reads the text. We can see a window in the terminal. Actually, that is only text. For example, the border is just a dash character. So the screen reader says dash, 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 dash. The blue background is just a space character. Okay? And the buttons with the focus or without focus is just text. The screen reader don't know where is the focus or what button is selected. A screen reader user can use port option CLI. It is designed for a screen reader. This is the ideal solution for a screen reader. A basic CLI, only text, no colors, one-dimensional information. At the left, we can see port config, two-dimension colors. At the right, port option CLI, only text, no colors, one-dimensional information, from top to down. Chapter 5.5, editors. We have EuroBSD editor text in base. It is only text, an ideal solution for a screen reader. We have another solution in ports. EuroBrowser. EuroBrowser is a text-based browser, editor, chat client, and mail client. It is developed by a blind developer for blind users. At the left, we can see FreeBSD.org in a graphical browser, colors, images in two-dimensional information. At the right, the same page via the browser, only text, no colors, no images, one-dimensional information, from top to down. In the ports, we have LibreWiz. LibreWiz is translator from any language to and from Braille. We can use it to print brochures or print in Braille. Off topic, I used LibreWiz and Lua to create a quiz to refresh my Braille. Of course, it is online and it's open source. You can use it to learn Braille. Chapter 6, development. This chapter is for developers to make programs accessible and to test accessible and to improve accessibility. The book, the first part is finished. If you are a docu committer, you could take a look to this review so we can publish the book. How many docu committers are here? Benedict. I'm looking for some docu committers to approve this book. To do. Adding a miscellaneous chapter in part 1, add the text recognition in chapter 5, blindness, add a part 3, hearing. This is my disability. I cannot connect my hearing aids to my laptop. This is a problem during online meeting. I'll work on this next year. Part 4, iteration, for mouse sensibility, auto login, and so on. Open source accessibility developers are moving to LLM, so in the future we will need to retest and update the handbook. Few Linux distributions have documentation of accessibility, usually just a wiki page. We provide the same feature of Linux for accessibility, except for blindness. They are already on the list. A speech synthesizer with the visual terminal, a Braille subsystem, and the CLI interface for the installer. Now I am working on new IT contract themes. I'm in touch with a blind association and university for the project for blindness. I hope to complete the project as soon as possible. I will present some images in my next talk, sorry. And the fact, yes, we have some blind uses. In the accessibility mailing list, we can find interesting use case, mainly expert Linux uses, FreeBSD like a server, BSSH, and a skill read on a client, an iPhone, or a laptop with macOS or Windows. End it. Thank you.
My pedometer is already happy that I walk around so much today. Wonder why that is.
Here we go.
I'm off diff.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And I have several questions. The first one is, who is the target audience of your handbook?
Sorry?
Users or developers? Who is the target audience of your handbook, accessibility handbook? So users or developers or both?
Or for the feedback for, sorry, I'm off diff.
So my question is, so who is the target audience of your accessibility handbook? So I wonder that it's for users only or developers only or both? Or what is your...
Usually Linux uses, interested to try another Unix.
Using the system?
Yes.
So in general, I do not think it's a good idea for us to have such topics as an independent handbooks. I prefer to have color configuration for blind users into the normal documentation for the applications like Pkgbase or GNOME, not independent from the tutorial-like document, because the people do not people will not be aware of the blind users if we have the independent documentation, because they are not interested in the separate document, especially it is a lengthy document. So I suggest to split the parts that can be integrated into the normal documentation. You can add accessibility section for each topics in the normal, normal document.
Hearing iterations. So.
Yeah. And probably we definitely want to have a separate document for specific applications like a screen reader or recognition of screen objects. So that is dedicated for the blind users, so you should have a separate document. But the configuration tips or other parts should be known even for the normal user. So I suggest you have such a topics into normal documentation as much as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what's my thinking, that having a separate handbook, separate from the handbook, being more easy to find and make adjustments when needed. I'm looking at your reviews right now because I have so much spare time. But yeah, we should definitely keep this going and maybe have by next year, that would be very late, such a handbook available so that people have at least somewhere to go and look at. And even though the reviews are typically quite long and big, we can also fix up stuff once it's committed and then have smaller commits next up. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Are you still
yes.
working for the foundation on these remaining items?
Yes, for
yeah.
vision accessibility.
Yeah, okay. So that's also good that there's some investment of money or involvement of people in there. Any more questions? Okay, then thank you. Up next, FreeBSD technology update from Ed Mast, who could probably first tell his story about how long it took to get here. Completely not his fault.
Just give me 1 moment here. Just entertain everyone for 1 moment.
Oh, great. We need the mic back. The other mic. Alfonso?
Sorry.
We have other souvenirs. But okay. All right. Thanks. Entertaining, let's say. What can I tell people?
So, thank you for that introduction, Benedict. As Benedict alluded to, I had a slightly unfortunate journey here. So I'm from Kitchener near Toronto, and Air Canada decided that I should have a 7 or 8 hour enjoyable stay in the Zurich airport. My outbound flight was late, and then the connection was missed, and then they decided that instead of rebooking me, they would just delete the reservation and say, well, now you have no tickets. So I got to spend a lot of time in lines talking to people and having them finally figure out that, yes, I do want to continue my journey and get here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Foundation's technology group, some of the things that we're working on, and a very brief update on a couple of Foundation just general topics. So this is a presentation brought together from a number of different presentations, and Mark Phillips was supposed to be here as well, but he couldn't make it. So I've got a little snippet from him in here as well. But I will start with something here that I can happily announce that John Baldwin has joined the board of the FreeBSD Foundation this year. So he's added on the slide here, and I think definitely it'll be very good for us to go back to having more active technical contributors who are sort of working directly in FreeBSD on a day-to-day basis. We've also grown the team a little bit, some new folks. So Mark Phillips has joined in as the Foundation's technical marketing manager to help sort of produce content that that we really want to be able to share, to demonstrate the work that we're taking on. And Florine is working with Mark to get that content out. And Benedict is working for the Foundation in a occasional capacity, producing content of a technical nature, talking about how to do certain things on FreeBSD guides for setting interesting things up. And so, let's see if this works. Yeah. So unfortunately, this is repurposed from BSDCon, where Mark could not attend, and so provided a pre-recorded video. So I'm just going to repurpose it for this talk where he accidentally can't attend.
Did Dev just say marketing? Hello folks, I'm sad I couldn't be here for my first BSDCon, but needs must, and I'm on holiday in the south of France. Tough times, I'm sure you'll admit. Now, I'm also sure that I just saw somebody yawn at the word marketing. Yes, you there, I see you. Well, I'm here to tell you that word doesn't mean what you think it does. In fact, every single one of you here is...
Sorry, I'm just
a marketer. Because at some point or other in your life, you are trying to convince somebody else of something that you believe in.
There we go.
It may be as simple as convincing your other half what to have here for my first BSDCon, but needs must, and I'm on holiday in the south of France. Tough times, I'm sure you'll admit. Now, I'm also sure that I just saw somebody yawn at the word marketing. Yes, you there, I see you. Well, I'm here to tell you that word doesn't mean what you think it does. In fact, every single one of you here is a marketer. Because at some point or other in your life, you have tried to convince somebody else of something that you believe in. It may be as simple as convincing your other half what to have for dinner, or a group of friends to visit a bar you like. That is all marketing, because every time you hear that word, I'd like you to do a said in your head. That's what marketing is. It's storytelling. Stood up on stage today and talked about a topic you care about? Marketing. You did the said in your head, didn't you? And that's what I've joined the Foundation as. The title may say Technical Marketing Manager, but do the said, and the title tells the story accurately. And that's our marketing strategy for this year. Tell stories about the product that we all love. If you have any great FreeBSD stories you'd like to tell, drop me a line at mark@freebsdfoundation.org and let's have a chat. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye for now.
So the point there just really being that, I mean, we all know FreeBSD's capabilities. We all know what we can do with FreeBSD, but we really want to tell the world and make sure that everyone else learns how great FreeBSD is.
Did Dev just say Mark?
Somehow I have... Okay, so this is taken from Deb's presentation at BSDCon as well, just showing how the Foundation's budget is divided up overall. And so about 2/3 of the Foundation's budget goes directly into software development. So that is the folks that are on my team and funded development grants and projects. And then of those, this is how the budget breaks down for the individual projects. And I'll get into some of the large items on here. So you'll see quite a few STA, the Sovereign Tech Agency investment, which is running through this year, and then the laptop investment as well. So the Foundation has, for its almost entire history, been supporting technology in one way or another, as it says. The mission is supporting and promoting the FreeBSD project and community. And so there's two examples here of hardware and software support going back to the earliest days. 2002, we acquired a DVD burner for driver development that was provided to the community. And then in 2003, that's the first sponsored commit that I could find that was locking in the raw IP network interface. And so basically over time, the foundation has gone from investing in individual point projects or individual grants like that for someone to take on a relatively small task and fix some bug or develop some driver, some relatively small and sort of distributed items through to a larger scale projects in sort of the mid, starting in around 2010 or so. Foundation collaborated with ARM and Cavium and SemiHalf and Andy Turner to basically do quite a lot of work on the initial ARM64 port for FreeBSD. That was sort of the beginning of taking on larger, more holistic projects. And as the budget of the foundation has increased and the capability to take on work and support larger scale work has increased, we've moved further and further up into taking on sort of larger holistic projects that really address a specific functional area rather than just individual points here and there. That said, we still do fund individual project grants and specific things, and I'll get to that a little bit more in a moment. So just a bit about the team. So right now, Alice and Joe work with me on managing the projects that we have and sort of overseeing things from a high level. We have a number of staff here, and when I say staff, I mean people who are working for the foundation in a ongoing capacity and work on different areas. So basically, they'll take on a task and work on something for some period of time, and then once that gets completed, they'll move on to other projects. The foundation has different relationships with different people depending on the local labor laws or if there's a concentration of people in a specific area. So some people are contractors, some people are employees directly, but generally speaking, the folks here are working for the foundation on an ongoing basis, and they're not all full-time. Some of these are part-time engagements, but still it is a consistent ongoing arrangement. And then we have other folks who are working for us on longer-term projects. So they are, maybe the duration is the same as people on the earlier slide, but they have a specific task that they're taking on. And so I can get to some of the individual projects a little bit later on, but these folks are in that category. Then we also have individual project grants. And so this is a sort of fixed deliverable. Somebody either has brought a proposal to the foundation and said, I'd really like to work on this project of mine for a few months or a few weeks, whatever the case might be. And we'll evaluate the project, and if it fits into the budget and the theme of our support for FreeBSD, then we'll arrange a grant for that specific work. And then we also have occasional subject matter experts. So these are people that we have a contract with that is not necessarily occupying a significant number of hours on an ongoing basis, but there's a framework in place that if we need some expert support on we need someone to step in on a security advisory or something like that, we have a framework in place already to be able to support that. And so basically, this is everyone on one slide, just highlighting how large the team has grown right now. And so, people will complete their projects and move on to other things, but definitely over the last few years, we've really been able to increase the amount of work that we get done. So, some stats for over the last 12 months. This graph here represents the circle graph, the donut graph, represents commits in the source tree that identify a sponsor. So a little over sponsored commits right now are coming from the foundation. And then the column graph is not just sponsored commits, all commits in the tree, in the source tree that are sponsored by the foundation. I think there are good and bad aspects of this graph. I mean, I think on the one hand, it really shows that we've been able to increase funding and get more work done. But I think it would also be great if the percentage was sort of staying constant, and more work overall was getting done everywhere. I think that is happening to some extent, but I think that is something we really want to ensure continues to happen. The 2025 bar, just over 20% there, that is part of that is a result of the STA work that we have been taking on for the last year and a half or so, the STA investment, and I think that is work that is making a measurable improvement in FreeBSD. But once once that STA investment comes to a conclusion, that extra bump up will no longer be there, and will probably be fairly flat again until we take on another project like that. And then this graph here is foundation-sponsored, looking at foundation-sponsored commits in the source tree, and the number of unique contributors for that year. So, I mean, this just kind of highlights what I'd mentioned earlier. Starting in 2002 to 2009 or so, we had a small number of individual committers. Some years, no sponsored commits. 2010 through 2019, we'd sort of incrementally started growing the number of people who were contributing to FreeBSD under foundation sponsorship. And then 2020 through 2025, every year we've been growing what we've been able to do, and growing the number of people who have been contributing to FreeBSD quite significantly. So, looking at a couple of highlights from over the last year. As I mentioned, the team has grown quite a lot. The direct funded projects here, these are the projects that Alice is supporting for the foundation now. And so basically having project management capability within the foundation's, increased project management capability within the foundation's tech group has allowed us to take on these projects that are funded by an external agency that have fairly significant scope and are much bigger than we historically were able to take on. So the two Alpha Omega projects here are, Alpha Omega is a affiliated project of the OpenSSF, and so there's these two that I'll talk about them a little bit in a moment. The Sovereign Tech Agency investment over the last year and a half or so, and then the Laptop Support Initiative, which is from private industry. And we continue to have Caustic on staff doing just general AMD 64, x86 64, low-level support, and including some funded work in partnership with AMD. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we continue to take on individual project grants, and one of the things that I want to get to at the end is make sure that people are aware of the funding proposal proposal process, and that if people have work they want to bring for a proposal, that is an option. So the first item here from Alpha Omega, this project wrapped up a little while ago, but it was just after EuroBSDCon last year, so hasn't been presented here before. This was our initial engagement with Alpha Omega, and this was they commissioned a code audit of some subsystems that we decided were interesting or important, and so for us that was Bhyve and Capsicum, and so we partnered with an audit firm who did a pretty comprehensive review of the subsystems we identified, produced a report which is linked from the slides and down here. And it resulted in quite a few security advisories last year, fixing quite a number of more or less substantial issues. This one here is a write-up on the Umutx use after free, which is a pretty serious, rather serious issue that was somewhat widely known in certain communities prior to our funded audit, but not known to anyone in the FreeBSD developer community, or at least in this context. So having this fixed was critical. Foundation supports hardware for the FreeBSD project. So right now, our most recent purchase was about $100,000 worth of new servers for the project's data center space in Chicago. Historically, the foundation typically purchased servers from IX Systems and had a pretty good relationship with them. But IX has exited the server space, sort of like just selling generic server hardware, and is specifically TrueNAS now. And so these machines were purchased from Dell. And so those are being installed and set up in Chicago, so that we have another data center site for one thing, and also to expand the package building and other cluster capacity. And then the laptop support and usability project. This is in collaboration with a corporate entity who wants to use FreeBSD as a desktop environment for their use case. And we are looking at basically trying to address driver support and usability improvements to make that capable. The comment here, is this the year of FreeBSD on the desktop? That is explicitly not our goal. The intent is not yet to be able to say, yes, we expect that people are going to stop using Windows, stop using Linux, stop using macOS, and use FreeBSD as their desktop environment. But what this is specifically about is the people in this room, the developer community. We really want to make sure that FreeBSD is a viable operating system. If you are developing FreeBSD, if you are a student who is interested in learning about systems programming, we want to make sure that FreeBSD is a compelling and viable platform for that. And so there's a few of the items on this list. Some of them have their own slides later on. And The last one on the list is a little bit of an unfortunate case. There is more work that needs to be done still to deploy to bring the UVC webcam driver to be committable. It is mostly working. It's in my working tree that's running on my laptop, and it does run. But I added the scare quotes TM on the coming soon because at BSDCan we thought it was coming soon, and it is still coming soon. So these are the projects that Alice is more directly involved in. So the first group is the Sovereign Tech Agency. The first one here is Quantum Leap Research, who's funding a portion of the laptop support effort, and so that's a $250,000 combined with funds from the foundation's general budget. The STA, Sovereign Tech Agency, invested a little over 680,000 euros last year, running through the end of this year, and then Alpha Omega is a little under $300,000 US across the two projects. So. I think this just kind of highlights some of the things I've mentioned before, at least as far as the laptop list is concerned. The STA investment, broadly speaking, is around software integrity, digital sovereignty. So the taglines for it consists of 5 different projects: Zero Trust builds, CI/CD automation, etc. And I have a brief slide on each of these to explain what they actually mean in our context. And then the Alpha Omega grant is the second grant here is the beach cleaning project. If you were at BSDCan, I think there's a pretty good explanation of what beach cleaning is, which I'll get to again in a moment. Work package A is it was built as technical debt reduction, and basically this was addressing some issues, long-standing issues identified in the PR database, as well as some tooling for being able to characterize and analyze bugs from the PR database. So if I'll see if I can give a quick demo of the Grimoire Labs dashboard here. So this fetches data from our PR database on an ongoing basis, and it's available. It's open on the URL at the top. There will be linked in the slides as well. But I'll just show one of the dashboards here that is a useful characterization. So this is the bug backlog dashboard, and so the first graph here is over time the PR count, and then down here we have this interesting graph called the BMI, the Bug Management Index, and essentially it's just over time the percentage of closed issues as a percentage of new issues. So in other words, if we are treading water, if we're closing as many bugs as are coming in, it's 100%. If we're closing twice as many bugs as are getting reported, it's 200%. And if we are closing fewer bugs than are being reported, it's below 100%. And so clearly we want to at least be heading in the right direction at all times. We would like to be over 100% on an ongoing basis and on average. So it is, you know, it is a very nice way to just sort of tell where we are at any given time, whether things are getting better or not. Work package B, the tagline is zero trust builds, and this is being able to build release artifacts and build artifacts without requiring root privilege, build them in a reproducible manner, etc. And so this one is nearing completion for FreeBSD 15. Basically, the make release targets, release/makefile, generally are, those targets now all run without root, and FreeBSD 15, it is possible for an end user to rebuild and confirm reproducibility, confirm that they get the same binary artifacts from the input source. There is ongoing work and some some small trail of bugs to be addressed, but the vast majority of the work here is complete, and I think is well on track for 15.0. Work package C is CI improvements, and generally speaking, we have a goal of supporting the development process by being able to run pre-commit CI, and eventually across the source and ports tree, and support third-party hosted CI services. A lot of the functionality here is ready and functional. There is integration to be done still, basically, to pay for the compute resources that are required to be able to execute the tests on an ongoing basis, and make sure that it is an integrated, ongoing part of our workflow. So work package D is around vulnerability reporting and tooling, and primarily one of the tasks out of here is the introduction of analysis and evaluation of a replacement for VU XML, migrating to industry standard tooling. So we have OSV has arrived as a sort of industry standard approach to the same kind of data that VU XML provides, and has support from lots of different packaging ecosystems. And so we have support in package now for parsing OSV data, and we have bidirectional conversions between VU XML and OSV, so that we can continue to integrate with any kind of existing tooling that exists, and consumers of data in either format, regardless of how we generate and publish the data, we'll be able to make it available in the alternate format as well. And then finally, the last STA investment is around tooling for SBOM generation. So SBOM, software bill of materials, are a standard way of representing what components are in a software you ship, right? So FreeBSD has always been a complete operating system, a complete base system that's integrated in a single tree with the compiler and the tool chain, and the kernel and the libc and all of the userland utilities. But not all of that software comes from the FreeBSD project. So Clang and LLVM come from one project, and we have about 100 different pieces of contrib software, that third-party software that makes up FreeBSD. And the intent here is that we'll have tooling in the tree that is able to generate essentially a bill of materials that says, when you get FreeBSD, this is all of the software that came in what you have. This is where it came from, and we'll be able to extend that eventually to the ports tree as well, so that if you are building a product on FreeBSD, this is an input to your own process that means you can make use of FreeBSD in a convenient way. And then finally, a collection of links here. The slides will be on the wiki, and you can find more information about all of the individual items. So the next project, the larger project that the foundation has taken on, is laptop support and usability. And so my laptop is a guinea pig for a lot of this work. I've been suffering panics in IWL Wi-Fi earlier on. I think we're at a spot now where IWL Wi-Fi works quite well. It's been stable for me and performant. Definitely, there are a couple of bugs that people are running into that we still need to address. But I think as of FreeBSD 14.3 and coming up for 15.0, Wi-Fi is in quite good shape compared to where we have been. The graphics stack is an ongoing exercise. My laptop is currently running John Sebastian Pedron's in progress update to the DRM drivers from Linux 6.10. There's a couple of issues. Unfortunately, my laptop panicked just before the presentation. I think there's an issue he's found and is tracking down, not yet fixed in the 6.10 drivers. Hopefully it remains stable for the rest of the presentation, but the work to date has resulted in 6.6 in the tree. The update to 6.9 is available in the ports tree now as sort of for testing and experimentation, and people who want to see if newer hardware is supported. But that work's going to continue. 6.12 is our primary next target. That's a LTS Linux version, and so we'd like to be able to get DRM updated to that as a good basis point, and then we're going to continuing to move forward for some of the latest laptops which need. I think 6.15 I think is where we want to get to, at least for some of the in-flight hardware. As part of the laptop effort, we have identified a small number of machines that we're going to target within the foundation's laptop effort, and so the framework is our vendor that we are using right now. And it doesn't mean that other machines are not supported. It just means that for the development efforts within the foundation, we have framework laptops that we're working on. oh, my cord is flaky. Just a moment. I think my my plug is.
It flashed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. My my HDMI adapter. The plug is. I think the plug has an issue, I suppose. So I won't pick the laptop up again. Yeah, so what it means is that foundation staff and project grant recipients are using framework laptops in their development, and as we do integration testing and make sure that sort of end-to-end functionality is working, it will be on framework laptops. Under this umbrella, we've also been investing in improvements for package and Pkgbase. Which I will also mention a little bit more about in a moment. So this is just a list of some of the tasks that have been completed and have been making progress month over month. The QR code up there is a link to the monthly reports that the Foundation's publishing on this work, and it's available in the slides afterwards.
Just a question.
Yeah?
Who here has read the Foundation's reports? Put your hand up if you've read at least one of them. Okay?
Read them obviously now for a larger audience.
Yeah, that's right. But did you listen?
Monthly reports, right?
What's that?
The monthly reports in the mail, right?
This is really important. One of the feedbacks we get is that people don't know what the Foundation is doing, and there's an enormous amount of effort that goes into promulgating that. A really significant amount of effort from the people doing the work to the people managing the work, and it's a really book we read it, so please do.
I think that was I mean, it's over half of the hands in here were raised. I think that is good. Perhaps not surprising that the people in this room are going to be more likely than the average person to be following along closely. But I think that's a very good point. That you know, I think one of the goals in us having Alice on staff is to be able to manage and coordinate this ever-growing body of work that we're taking on. And so here's links to information about the laptop project to follow along. And then finally, the Alpha Omega beach cleaning exercise. And so what is beach cleaning? I mean, basically, the idea behind this topic is, you know, if you look at a beach that's polluted, right, that's got plastic and cigarette butts and everything all across, it's just a kind of insurmountable, incomprehensible task. It's a never-ending endeavor to try and clean that up. And you know, I think the XKCD, the obligatory XKCD comic here really is, you know, everybody wants a clean beach, but nobody wants to address it. And so what the beach cleaning really is just saying, hey, you know, the FreeBSD project, we have a little bit of this open source software ecosystem that we care about. And you know, we have 100 different pieces of software that are in our contrib directory, or at least the 5 or 6 contrib directories that we have, and then a few more third-party software packages that don't really follow the contrib model. But about 100 pieces of software are in FreeBSD, but not primarily developed by FreeBSD. And so the question is, can we clean up those, or what can we do to clean up that section of the beach that we care about? And so the initial part of the project is just identifying what that software is, and being able to have tooling and produce this in a machine-readable way, you know, so that we know comprehensively this is the third-party software we depend on. And I think, you know, probably the 90–95% of the third-party software that's in FreeBSD is it's obvious what it is. I mean, not obvious, but we know what it is. We kind of implicitly have a handle on what it is. But you know, I think there is no easy way for us just to be able to enumerate what all of those third-party software components are, and make sure that we have all of them identified, and be able to do this on an ongoing basis, so that we have tooling that, as more software gets added, we know what it is. And then, you know, I think in the scope of the project that the foundation is participating in here, we're not going to be able to usefully address every single one of those, but we're going to start in priority order and figure out what are the most important ones for us to deal with earliest on. And so for each of the software packages, what we want to do is it's one of the 3 Fs. And so if there's software that we're using that is that has some problem, that has something that needs to be addressed, we can fix it. We can you know, participate with the upstream. We can try and figure out how to make the world a better place and improve that software for everyone. We can fork it if that software is unmaintained, if the upstream is no longer viable, or doesn't care about FreeBSD for some reason, or refuses to incorporate or address things. We could fork it, and then forgo basically says, you know, if the software can't be updated, let's figure out a way to not use it anymore. We can find an alternative. We can figure out if we don't need it. And so the foundation in our investment, we're going to try and do, as much as possible, sort of fix what we can. And if we are looking to go other ways, really what we're going to be doing is collaborating with the community and making recommendations and saying, hey, this is what we think. You know, the foundation is not in a position to dictate that the project should forgo something, but I think we basically want to provide information and advice and our understanding. And then one of the outcomes of this is that we want to have some reusable tooling that not only the foundation can and the project can use for our own internal uses, but useful things that other open source projects can use and build on what we've learned, and also just, you know, how do we evaluate and look at the third-party projects to determine, you know, of the 100 that we have, how do we prioritize them? How do we determine what state of health that those projects are in? So we want to be able to provide some guidance and documentation around those things. So then next I have a couple of snapshots of individual projects that we've taken on. And so first topic is the Wi-Fi work. And so Mark has a short video that came out in the lead up to 14.3 basically talking about compiling a kernel. So this was before 14.3 released, but starting with 14.2, compile a in-progress kernel and give it a try. And so we went from basically functional on some older chipsets, but not really usable for sort of anything beyond, yes, I can get a connection and my SSH session works, to being quite usable. We also funded Tom Jones's effort on IWX to compare, basically to port the OpenBSD IWX driver just as a reference and sort of for comparison. Essentially, people in the community were saying, this other driver exists. Why is our Wi-Fi not performing? And I think it was certainly something that was valuable to do for a relatively small amount of effort. I think it has demonstrated that it is possible. It is not as reliable as what we have with IWL Wi-Fi, but it is very useful to be able to compare. If something isn't working in one case, we can evaluate and learn from it. If anyone has any questions, please let me know as I go through. So OpenJDK, I would encourage you to come to Harold's talk, which will have a comprehensive look at what we've been able to do with OpenJDK. But OpenJDK is something that is, it's a table stakes, essentially, right? We need to have working Java for enterprise use cases. It's just something that people expect to be there and expect that arbitrary software they want to run that's in Java is reliable and has a working JDK. Interestingly, I think my first personal relationship with the foundation was when I was working for a company that was building a product on FreeBSD and needed a JDK and sponsored the foundation to help with sort of a collaborative effort to improve the BSD port in the early 2000s. So now Harold will give you the details of where we are today, but essentially we're heading towards having the FreeBSD support is just in the upstream repository. It's not maintained as a separate set of patches. The upstream will eventually just have integrated CI. FreeBSD will just be a platform that is supported and tested upstream. We've been funding Roman Novelat to do some improvements for libvirt's Bhyve backend. So libvirt is a virtualization management layer. It's used primarily for managing KVM, Linux KVM QEMU, but it's kind of a standardized interface for other tooling to manage hypervisors. Roman did the original port, the original support for Bhyve in libvirt, just as a not directly sponsored work, but we found that he had a little bit of availability to spend some time trying to just address some of the long tail of issues and improve the CI, basically starting from CI failures upstream, address the things that are not working for us. And so we we're at the point where the CI is finally, that he was iterating on is green, and our goal will be to make sure that we have resources and support for that upstream so that the CI is integrated, and if there is regressions in FreeBSD, that we identify them immediately and are able to address them as soon as they're found. I think one of the next steps in libvirt support is basically, we're at the point where the functionality that exists in Bhyve is supported in libvirt, but there is functionality that libvirt supports that Bhyve doesn't yet, and so things like migration and other features. And so as things like that get developed in Bhyve, we're going to need to have corresponding support in libvirt. Mark?
What's this about Verdano, like the random number generator? Doesn't Bhyve already support that? Yeah. Oh, is that because of this project?
Sorry, which?
Just add missing features for Bhyve, e.g. Like I thought that's already been in the tree for some time.
I think they mean add to libvirt the support for the driver that we already have.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so the items on here specifically are about libvirt support for these. So, you know, like if Bhyve has functionality, but libvirt doesn't know how to configure it, and it doesn't get used, then we don't really benefit from that. And then I think one of the things that we are looking at is looking if other tooling that's built on libvirt, so Virt Manager, for instance, is a GUI front end that uses libvirt. So if you want to manage VMs on your Linux desktop, for instance, libvirt gives you a UI to be able to create new VMs and start and stop them and open their consoles and things like that. And that mostly just works with what with the libvirt work in the middle. Virt Manager right now, at least as far as enumerating the VMs that libvirt is aware of and starting and stopping them, those sorts of things, Virt Manager can do that just fine. Instantiating new VMs isn't really, it doesn't really work properly right now because there's a lot of functionality that Virt Manager wants to expose for capabilities that just don't exist in Bhyve yet, and so you know, basically trying to do that integration work and make it usable, at least for the subset of functionality that exists, is something that we're looking at. So Isaac has been doing some work in package itself for bugs that have been identified as a result of package-based work, as well as created a script called Pkgbasify, which we intended to have available to facilitate testing. So, you know, I think for quite a long time, Pkgbase was available, but it was not obvious for someone who just wanted to, on a test machine or in a VM, wanted to convert an existing system, or at the time, we didn't have any installer support either, right? So there was no easy way to just say, I want to test Pkgbase, how do I get a system running Pkgbase? And so this first tool, Pkgbasify, basically is a scripted version of a bunch of lore that had been passed around for turning a system from install world to a Pkgbase managed system. The installer now has Pkgbase support, and so for testing purposes, you know, using a snapshot installer is the easier route. But Pkgbasify will still be useful as part of an upgrade strategy, as you know, we look at 14.3 to 15.0 or 15.1. Pkgbasify, or at least something built, something based on it, will be part of the strategy for how people can convert their their systems. And then finally, Sylv Web, a Bhyve and Jail web UI. And so Sylv or Sylvie, depending on who you ask. This is a proposal that the foundation received, and it fit in with our goals and looked like a really compelling proposal. And so we were very happy to have received that, and I will just have a quick demo here of it as well. So there's a couple of videos and more in-depth looks that people have done on here, and Michael Dexter's Bhyve calls have had a couple of in-depth discussions and demos. But this is I'm just going to give a really quick kind of highlight here. This is a machine that we have running a in-progress snapshot. I'm not sure how recently this was updated, but it is sort of within the last week or 2 weeks, whatever the latest state of the tree is. And the intent is, people are probably familiar with Proxmox. The intent is to provide the same kind of experience, a web-based UI for creating, starting, stopping, managing VMs and jails. So earlier today, I went here and downloaded an ISO image. So you can just paste in the URL, and it'll be fetched locally. And then I can say I want to create a new VM. Pick the one that I just downloaded. My screen is a little bit too small, but
It's a consumer of libvirt, so it's actually been a great relationship.
yeah, Michael points out, I didn't mention, Sylv is using libvirt for its Bhyve management, so it's a good kind of synergy between the projects that are being supported.
So would it be possible to do the same thing on Proxmox and vice versa? Technically, because it's also using libvirt.
I mean, potentially, yeah, I mean, it's a simple matter of programming, right? But yes, I mean, I think that is one of the goals of supporting libvirt, is that if there are existing tools, I think it would be very nice to be able to use this, but also have that same data be presented in Virt Manager or something if I wanted to locally. So that was just creating a new VM through this interface. I've got a Windows VM here, which is not running currently, so we can start it. Looking.
And it started up Postgres as well as a dependency?
Not as a dependency. I'm just clicking on it as well. So. Postgres here is a jail, so it manages VMs and jails using the same sort of interface. What is my? So I have my little VM that I just created. Where's my cursor? And so I started my Windows VM. I've got a couple of other ones just sitting here idle, but anyway, definitely have a look at the project. The link is in the slides as well, or Michael Dexter's calls have some, the recordings there have some pretty in-depth demos as well. And then just a couple of very brief notes. Let me just get rid of this. So Joe has been using some foundation-sponsored time to help coordinate Google Summer of Code this year. We've had quite a few successful projects. Joe and I mentored the QCOW2 compressed image support for Make Image. And so this is just a sort of nice usability improvement. So for using Make Image and MakeFS as part of a VM image building pipeline, we can output compressed images directly from the tooling rather than using QEMU image convert from there. We have a number of folks who are committers in FreeBSD now, who are who have come through as GSOC contributors and are now committers. And so GSOC is definitely a very valuable path into the FreeBSD project for new contributors, and we definitely want to continue supporting that. And we have a few folks in the audience I see here who are mentors for different GSOC projects. So thank you very much to the folks who have provided mentoring. And then finally, yeah, I mean, right now we are continuing with the laptop usability work. There's DRM is one of the graphics stack is one of the key things that needs some more effort. The suspend resume work that Emmerich is doing is also very important for the usability work, and I think so S0IX certainly, and then also Hibernate S4 Hibernate support I think is really needed for us to have a compelling and usable laptop story for folks like QLR and our developer community. And then I think the other item on here, the foundation is really looking for input and insight from the core team and the source manager team to kind of figure out what our technical roadmap should look like going out beyond the next year. What sort of big things do we need to take on for FreeBSD for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years ahead. And finally, yes, if you have a project that you would like to submit for consideration, the link here provides some information on our project proposal process and how to contact the foundation to get started. So, thank you for listening, and do we have any questions?
So you talked about the laptop project and the anti-goal being the year of the desktop or the laptop for FreeBSD. So, and that the goal is to make it, a realistic, easy, good solution for power users, developers and such. So I'm interested to understand, what's the difference between those two, and how much more would need to be done for it to be the year of the FreeBSD laptop?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think the actual technical difference is relatively small. Certainly there are usability affordances that would be needed to be a completely general FreeBSD year of FreeBSD on the desktop that we can overlook for a power user crowd. But really, I think the primary point really is just about motivation, and I think our goal is to make sure that the people in this room can use FreeBSD in their day-to-day development lives, and I think if we get that working well, the rest will come naturally from that.
So almost like polish a little bit being the difference, maybe?
I mean, I think certainly I want to have the experience for our development community also be polished, right? I mean, I think definitely there's no reason it shouldn't be, but I mean the mainly just about where we are starting and where we're going to focus initially. Thanks.
I know the whole area is kind of scorched earth, but is anyone working on improving service management and process supervision in FreeBSD, especially for more dynamic systems like laptops where devices and where associated services come and go, or servers where containers are supposed to respond to network changes and so on?
And that is a great question. I think that definitely fits into the roadmap discussion in collaboration with the source manager team and the core team. I think that is something that absolutely needs, and I guess, not just in discussion with Source Manager and core, but also with feedback from the enterprise working group community. I think that is something that very much needs to be looked at.
I might be misunderstanding, but I think that what you're describing is something that Matthias, I'm going to mess up his last name, I think it begins with a P, Pizarro, something like that, has been talking about in terms of management by API. And Ava is also interested in looking at that. So there may be some stuff that's being thought about and started in the enterprise working group that might address some of what you've described.
I got one down here. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Here, we'll go here first.
So I remember in the past we talked about contributions through AI, like code generated by LLMs. I wonder if there's been any success stories besides the policy questions. But the technology evolves very fast, and it's actually gotten pretty good. And so I wonder if you have any cases where that worked in FreeBSD, where it has helped developers get more speed.
Just a moment. Okay. That is a great question. I would probably defer the answer of that question to the core team and Source Manager teams. I think it is definitely. You're right that there is a separate issue of the policy and the technology, but I don't really have a foundation-specific answer to that at the moment. I do have a question down here, though.
So talking about Sylvie, is live migration supported or planned or about this?
So we have dependencies in Bhyve that will need to exist first or be solved first.
Yeah, there's this talk from EuroBSD from 2019 about live migration.
So there is a proof of concept, sort of experimental or work in progress effort to add live migration to Bhyve. That is certainly a topic of great interest to me. The work that exists today is not directly usable in production, and so definitely that is something that I'm very interested in looking at to see if we can get the functionality in Bhyve, if we can find a way to sponsor that work initially, and then build on top of that in libvirt and in UIs on top of libvirt.
Jumping in there, but Sylvie can build clusters, right? I saw the option there.
Yeah, so the demo I ran on is just a single physical machine, rented physical machine at Hetzner. But there is cluster support built in that is some of the demos from the Bhyve production user calls show managing a cluster of VM hosts from a single UI. It's also really nice, I think, to see a project that presents FreeBSD in a light like this, that's using modern web technologies and modern tooling. All right, thank you very much.
using some sort of abbreviations like GPL v2, MIT BSD2 clause, but these are actually not SPDX compliant. This was mostly adapted from Arch Linux and Fedora Linux. The system actually predates sometimes many years before SPDX was actually standardized. And at that time, our main goal was actually just for practical compliance. It was not any legal forms. So it worked really fine until when the license granularity was very much low. But why has it actually become very much important at this point? So STA, or Sovereign Tech Agency, is actually sponsoring the foundation for creating SBOM, or software bill of materials, about the artifacts what we are actually shipping to end users or downstream providers or whoever you are. It requires a provable license tracking system. So, and the regulators, the customers are actually demanding some sort of machine-readable standard identifiers with SBOMs. So SPDIX actually has become the global lingua franca for the licensing metadata. There are other standards, but SPDIX has actually become the standard. And FreeBSD port tree actually must modernize, or it might have a risk of being non-compliant in the future. So what is the current limitation of our licensing framework? It requires a verbatim copy of the license text in the license file. It's a verbatim copy. Like it cannot actually, like there are some exceptions where the values can be different, but it has to be a verbatim copy. Some abbreviations which we are actually using in our current license database file has long been deprecated and not a standard in any SPDX specs we currently have. We can do manually mappings, but that is actually fragile because what happens is, let's say port is actually currently saying that it's GPL v2. It says GPL v2, but the license file it has defined, there the license file's text is actually not a verbatim copy of the SPDX template that spdx.org provides. So that's why we cannot actually just map like, okay, or do a larger scale search and replace like, okay, this was GPL v2, now we just write it in the SPDX format, GPL-v2- only. So no automatic validation of license text, which is actually a potential drift. So let's get back to the original problem, the GitHub problem. So when you actually create a new GitHub repo or you add a project, you have, it actually gives you an option to select a license from the drop-down menu, right? Most of you have definitely created some sort of a project in GitHub at least and know what I'm talking about. So when you actually select a license, what GitHub does in the backend is actually pulls a license file from a specific repository, internal repository of license files, and the repo is actually totally out of sync with the SPDX templates. I think the only two licenses that match is GPL v2 only and LGPL2 only. All other licenses, I think Apache, MIT, BSD are totally different from the original SPDX template. So the new repo or the project actually gets outdated license files in their artifact, and when they are shipping their artifact, we as the ports developer, we are downloading their artifact and pointing out that license file as the license file artifact in our ports or packages. So this totally undermines the SPDX-based tooling because the official file is actually not a canonical match of the original SPDX identifier. So we have to migrate today or tomorrow, but the sooner we do it, the better. There are a couple of challenges. We can only use, as said, like the SPDX identifier if the license file matches verbatim with the SPDX template, except some exceptions like copyright symbol, the code symbols, the number of years or from where the project actually started, or a specific company name like the copyright you are assigning to. So you cannot simply just flip the keywords to the current SPDX keywords without validating. And as I have mentioned about the GitHub problem, majority of the ports will actually not match verbatim copies, and we will need to use this sort of a format, license ref dash the SPDX, the closest match SPDX ID, then the port name format. That means that all the ports developers actually have to do much more work. So there are, I think, only two user-facing configurations, which is licenses accepted and licenses declined. So these also will actually break, because let's say that in previous someone said license accepted BSD2 clause, but here, like, and when we actually had to rename a port license to let's say like license ref BSD2 clause dash FUBA. So that means that everyone actually has to, like, whoever actually have license accepted or denied, in that case they actually have to add individual licenses one by one. So we have to do a staged approach. So no one did anything, so I did something. I wrote a license normalization and matching tool. It's actually based on a similar tool which is written entirely in Python and shipped by SPDX. It compares the license file, like whatever the file is defined as license file, to an SPDX to all possible SPDX templates. Before comparing, it normalizes the spaces, codes, formatting, and returns a probabilistic match using dice coefficient algorithm. Currently, we cannot actually handle license comp, and all possible license comp should actually be gone through manual review. Because right now we have license comp dual and license comp multi, which actually handles OR and differently. But I'm coming to that point in the next slide. This tool is actually built into the ports framework using FreeBSD Lua. We do not need any external tools to validate this. If it doesn't actually have any license file defined, in that case, it will try to scan the work source and try to find a potential license file like license or copying, and try to compare that with all the possible SPDX templates we have. It will enable us to do gradual adoption of SPDX without breaking the entire ports tree. It also bridges the current framework to SPDX features. In the next step, I want to do something like parallel use of SPDX IDs and legacy keywords, because no one person can actually check 35,000 ports and manually change it. It has to be a community effort entirely. So we can also add license validation in a QoS process in the ports tree. Then SPDX actually has expression support like and, with, or. So we need to add support for expressions and remove license comp. Expression parser is actually work in progress. I think and or works. With is actually still not working, so I have to check it out. And once that is, like, we actually have something working, we can actually start exporting SPDX expressions in SBOM. So there are some small caveats. Some FreeBSD in-house applications like PKG Podrieri's license file is actually not SPDX compliant itself. The work in progress I have actually submitted for review has till now no reviews from the necessary or relevant team. And accidentally or by mistake, we have actually added some identifiers which are actual SPDX identifiers in today's specs. And those were actually not tested. There are around 3,000 ports, and mostly these are Creative Commons licenses, which overlaps directly with the SPDX identifiers. So these 3,000 ports, around 3,000 ports, should actually have to be fixed before we can actually start migrating other port licenses. And this poses a large legal risk. I don't know if any of you have ever received any legal communication from a package original upstream provider, but a couple of days ago I have actually received one from the maintainer of LaTeX. Yeah. So normally I actually maintain the tech port. So what happened was I accidentally missed a patch, I think, which started shipping a development version of LaTeX in our FreeBSD package system. And when the package maintainer actually reached to me and said like it actually violates licensing and these sort of things. So I had fixed it. So yeah, while no one can actually see it, but there are people, there are software maintainers who actually look into it day to day and might come up with legal questions, I don't know. So that was all. Thanks to Big Knife and IMP for pointing out my mistakes on this proposal and RFC. So if you have any questions, advices, or thoughts about it or features.
Okay, so my question is, do you have an experience using the copyright review tool used in the other project like Debian package? They have a decent list for automatically detecting the copyright notice and the license boilerplate in the package, and I think it is reusable for EU purpose. So do you have any experience?
I do not have actually an exact experience, but I do know like what tool they actually use. Mm-hmm. That is a Python-based tool. So what happens is like if we want to have this validation using Python, that means we actually have to install additional application. But my tool is actually based on the same algorithm that that Python tool uses, but it's actually using just FreeBSD Lua and the other ports infrastructure to do some like make validation or this sort of things.
Okay, so my concern is so time to develop the so parser and maintaining it for a long time, because so licenses probably we need to handle the corner cases or a lot of packages. So, so that is my concern.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay. If not, then I will actually move to my next presentation. My next presentation is about pre-commit CI. So what happened was Leuven was supposed to be here and submit a status report of the CI part of FreeBSD project, but unfortunately he couldn't make it, and I also couldn't actually make any sort of communication with him and make a combined report. So I'm not going to give you any sort of a status update, but I'm just going to speak something about the pre-commit CI, which I have been working on for some time. So this is not an official status report and from the CI team. So what is actually pre-commit CI? So it actually lets you test your code locally before you can commit to the tree. It enforces some sort of quality gates before landing the code in the tree, and so that actually you can catch the issues closer to developers, reducing some sort of downstream churns like commit reverts. It keeps the branches clean, consistent, and buildable. So how it is actually handled in the FreeBSD project? The project started a couple of years ago. As usual, it is one of the crazy ideas from IMP and a very valuable one. The main goal at that time was avoid chance or reverse and make sure that with lowest possible command line arguments, a developer can run tests locally, that is just make CI and nothing else. The 715 and head, it just boots and shut down, compiles, builds, creates the images, boots and shutdowns. So you can do something like this, cd test CI and make CI type is equal to smoke CI. If you want a full test, including all the tests that our Kaiwa framework actually runs, you just have to, you can do make CI type is equal to full, which is currently the default one. Or so you can also type just make CI and it will run the full tests. Currently, I have some work in progress. So these are actually working. So and the next part is like something I am planning to do and working on, but have not yet been able to complete, which is reproducibility tests. It was actually planned very early in the late December 2024, but it has been found to be really challenging than expected in FreeBSD compared to the reproducibility test projects by the Debian people. Currently, there is actually a script which Colin runs on AWS to test reproducibility, but it is not something like we run it every day or every 7 days. It's not like that. He runs it when he thinks it should be run. It was initially designed by me, but now a slightly modified version is actually running in his framework, I believe. And right now, I'm actually rewriting these tests to be run from the same code I have for the pre-commits CI, because it will actually make life much more easier. And another problem is actually when we try to implement this using our Jenkins CI. So what happens is one problem is actually changing the date. So when we are actually building inside a jail 2 times and trying to change the date, it actually does not change the dates, because in a jail you cannot change the jail date. We have also tried fixing up libfec time and try to implement a modified date using libfec time, but it also didn't work because clang cannot work when libfec time is loaded in the libraries. This is something I have been working on, but it actually stopped 1 or 2 months ago. That is running tests on remote cloud. Currently, what happens is when you run make CI, it actually creates the image, boots the image in your local machine. It creates either, depending on if you have enough kernel support to run Bhyve, then it will actually run on Bhyve. If you do not have Bhyve capability on your CPU, in that case, it runs on QEMU. But in cases where you actually do not have enough capacity in your machine and you want to run it on the remote cloud, that is also possible, but I actually need some sort of a sponsorship without any questions or without any paperwork. The problem is actually not the money, it's actually something logistical problem. Somehow none of my cards are actually accepted by AWS and GCP that I can actually run EC2 images or GCP images on these clouds. So it will be like make CI and env is equal to AWS CI. So if you run that, it will actually create an EC2 image in AWS, clone the code, build the code, create the image, run a VM Bhyve, run a Bhyve or QEMU, and depending on like if you are using Metal, in that case, it will be using Bhyve. If you are using just EC2 image, in that case, it will be QEMU, and it will test the test and give you the results back. The same thing is for GCP. I do not need any credits for Azure because I have good amount of credits from Pedro. The next thing is running CI pipeline in GitHub with Cyrus. So Cyrus CI actually has very limited capacity of free limits. and that's why we cannot actually run the full test on Cyrus CI at all. But there is an option of running Cyrus CI pipelines on a cloud of your choice or a hosted runner. Currently, I'm also maintaining the Cyrus CLI tool, which is regularly updated and maintained for self-hosted runners. So if you need to test the FreeBSD code regularly, and if you have a self-hosted runner, you can run full complete tests with that. But how many of you will actually be interested to run them on the choice of your cloud? Like, let's say your company is actually attached with Amazon or AWS. So you want to actually spend some amount of your CI on their infrastructure. So how do you actually feel about, like, from GitHub? So what happens is, like, currently in FreeBSD, we're actually hosting our Git infrastructure locally, but if you are running on GitHub and you want to actually just run the CI from GitHub using Cyrus CI into AWS Cloud, you can do that. Like, currently we are also doing CI in our using Jenkins, but maybe you do not actually want to go into the complexity of deploying and running in Jenkins instance for yourself. So yes, you can do that. But what happens is, like, with our current setup, it is actually not possible to do this through the Cyrus YAML file. Because we are actually running our setups, and to run the CI in a remote cloud, you actually have to add the security tokens. But if there is actually enough interest from people and need, then we can actually start working this through cyrus.star file, which is actually a different language called Starlark, if you have heard about it. So you can, where you can actually load external modules, where you can actually configure your secrets and load that file and run the pipeline in remote cloud. So thanks to Colin for his AWS credits for my work for a long time. And any questions, thoughts, or advices? Yeah.
So on Cirrus CI, I guess first I would point out that as long as you enable Cirrus on your own repo, your own fork, and don't create a pull request, you can run under your own quota for free CI. So that is a workaround for some people. It doesn't, I've never run out. The other, although being able to use credits sounds good, especially if you want to use fast machines, because you can get better machines than Cirrus gives you for free. The other question I do have is, like, have we looked into what it would actually cost to just pay for it? Or I know David has said it's much cheaper to use your own runners, but, like, why are we not? It's just money. That's probably an Ed question.
No, that is a really good point. I think we absolutely should look at just
or with AWS, just
running.
Verify that it works, and then ask Colin to give us a bajillion credits.
I think Colin cannot do it right now anymore.
I mean, there are multiple cloud vendors who are more or less willing to give us some number of credits. So one way or another, we should be able to find a way to do it.
Like CI is gated, right? Like non-project members have to, somebody has to click a button. So it's not like people are just going to run Bitcoin miners. They'll have to hide them.
Can we not use, for example, the machines that are used for security patching, which are idle 99% of the time? For example.
So it is unfortunate that we have machines that spend a lot of their time idle. I think the project's policy, though, on machines that are involved in the trusted creation of release artifacts are explicitly precluded from performing other potentially untrusted actions.
If only there was a convenient BSD licensed virtualization technology we could use to mitigate some of those risks.
So regarding the machine resources, something we can use. I'm curious about whether we can use random machine resources provided by the donors, like just providing the remote access to a bunch of machines. For example, like my university can provide several 1U servers I can use for the project. So is it possible for you to utilize such resources?
Yes, it is possible. Yes, it is possible to do it. Currently, there is another ongoing project, which is Port CI, which I have also designed. And we have also allocated a very small resources compared to what it is required. So it actually runs Cyrus CI as a service, and it is actually added in the, I'm not sure if Joe has completed it yet, but if someone actually creates a pull request, it can do the entire CI on that host.
So do you have any specific request for, so maintaining the physical server is, so there are several levels of maintenance on the site. So what kind of maintenance level do you require if we use that rundown donated machines are used for your purpose? That's why curious.
I think like as it will be busy 95% of the time, so overall technical maintenance is very low, but you have to make sure that there is enough cooling to cool those CPUs.
Okay. So maybe I can discuss this kind of a donation after that.
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions? I do not want to be the showstopper between your dinner and...
Oh, well. Well, first of all, thanks for both talks, right? By the way, I was just shown back there, there's a huge bank vault door, like huge handles and big thingies. I'm not sure what's that supposed to do.
You should show me, it'll make me feel like I'm in my living room.
Yeah, yeah. Safe Crackers United. Anything for today left to do, to say, to announce? Dinner places? Okay. No, thanks for all the people who gave a talk today and had some insights into various projects and sub-projects and people that are working on certain things. I will be back here tomorrow at 10:30. I hope most of you are also. And then we'll do a little bit of clinic game. I leave that up for tomorrow, so you can wonder all night what this is about. And again, for that I need 2 times 6 people, so I guess we will arrange around here to have a little bit of a table space, not a database term, not in this context, so that people can separately sit. And so it's a kind of a competition against, so it's a group of 6 times 2, and they will play or work against each other depending on the rules that I set. But we'll see tomorrow. We have still open talk slots in the afternoon, so if you come up with something over dinner or in your dreams, if you are going to sleep, then by all means let me know, then I can plan it. And other than that, thank you, Patrick, for the video streaming. Right? Also, Michael and yeah. I don't know anything more. Have a nice evening and see you tomorrow, 10:30.